Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media Summit. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you all. Now let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. If you haven't already said hi, there is a whole giant, awesome community of people out there. So reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also keep in mind, if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is probably going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the questions section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you, so throughout today's summit, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentation. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up, there are going to be lots of cool aha brain light up moments on the summit today. And if you want to share those with your community, we love that. We've made it nice and easy. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's summit will automatically be added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go and explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes that we'll be giving away throughout the summit today. Now, I will tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. First, you do need to be in attendance during the live webinar in order to qualify to win, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the summit today. Now, all of our winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you're not sure what those are, you can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click on the Handouts tab, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find them there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember is that we love getting all of your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much, we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's summit, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our live sessions. The expert speakers and teams will be reviewing all the questions asked after the webinar, which means even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. And if you are a lucky winner here today and you'd like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about your big win, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have all of you here live with us at the summit today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social media. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter, LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. And if you're looking for more awesome resources and content right after we wrap the summit today, make sure you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you'll find a link to do that right in that Handouts tab, and you will be automatically redirected at the end of the webinar as well. Both you and your coworker could win a prize, and we hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend, because it could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for all the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link back in that Handouts tab and fill out the application. The Actual Tech crew will then match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys, test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, chat with great people, and learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply or send the link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you all about one of my all-time favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find out everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, prevent, and recover. This site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need all in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. Go check it out and start exploring. Okay, I have one more exciting resource that I have to tell you all about today. That is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. This is going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and again, completely free. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we have covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited and ready to dive in, so let's get going. All right, well, hi, hello, and welcome to the Actual Tech Media's Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. Today's topic, cloud tools, products, and services critical to cloud migration, security, sustainability, and success, all those good things. Now, I want to start by saying a giant thank you to all of you for joining us on the summit today. We have some of the most innovative and leading companies in the industry. You will be hearing from experts today from TierPoint, StrongDM, Gigamon, Zerto, Rubrik, Nasuni, CrowdStrike, Wiz, Cisco Secure, and Lacework. Now, for those of you counting along with me at home, that is 10 different sessions full of innovative solutions, hot trends, creative strategies, all here in one place. This is going to be such an absolutely incredible day. I hope you are all as pumped up as I am. And not only that, but it is also, as several of you have noted in the chat already, Star Wars Day. I hope that you are all celebrating at home with a movie marathon, or at the very least using all of the Star Wars puns that you can cram into your day. May the Force be with you all. Now, sometime when we have a little more time, I will tell you a little bit more about how when I met Darth Vader in Disney World on an Actual Tech Media trip. The short version is I physically freaked out. I had an actual adrenaline rush when Vader walked around the corner and you hear that. And absolutely a true story, completely freaked out. You can ask my boss. It was very embarrassing. I knew it wasn't Darth Vader. I knew it wasn't even James Earl Jones. I don't know what it was. It was an incredible moment. So that's my nerdy Star Wars moment. I met Darth Vader and freaked out like a kid meeting Santa Claus, only with a big side of adrenaline. So I hope that you are all having a great Star Wars day. I think that we should probably get rolling with our sessions, but keep those nerdy puns and Star Wars wishes coming along. Love to see those. If I haven't met you already, my name is Jess Steinbach. I'm a moderator here at Actual Tech Media. Now my friend and fellow moderator Scott Becker will be joining us a little bit this afternoon, and the wonderful David Davis and Keith Ward are hanging out with us on live chat. All the cool speakers, all the cool moderators. What a day. Now, speaking of which, it would not be a summit without a big old list of prizes, and here they are for you. Today on the summit, if you are here live and present with us, you could win one of 3 Apple Watch Series 8s, one of 3 Kindle Scribes, one of 3 Microsoft Surface Pro 9s, plus we will be giving away a $300 Amazon gift card every 30 minutes. Now, a reminder that the full terms and conditions link is in your handouts tab, so go check that out along with all the other cool resources that we have for you there. All right, well, that's all of the, hey, thanks, Adam. Adam says that he thinks it's reasonable to freak out a little bit when encountering Darth Vader. I appreciate that. Thanks for that. And Jack met the actor who played Anakin. I love this. We got all the Star Wars fans out there today. Well, I think we're going to take a little break now and have a little bit of a ponder. We're going to take a moment to ponder with the one and only Ned Bellavance, Ned in the Cloud, Pluralsight author and MVP. And what are we going to ponder, you might be asking? Well, that's a great question. And to answer that, I will hand the mic right on over to the absolute coolest cloud expert around. Ned, take it away.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining today. My name is Ned Bellavance, and today I thought we could ponder on the topic of cloud agnostic tooling. Why is cloud agnostic important? What are the pitfalls of using native tooling, and what features should you look for in a cloud agnostic tool? That's what we're going to get into, but first, a digression into running shoes. Now imagine for a moment you go into your local running shoe store. Let's call it Ned's Zoom Room, and you want to buy a pair of running shoes. As the clerk, I show you a number of different shoes, asking you, hey, what type of running are you planning to do? What are your training goals? And tell me more about your budget. Now, after a few minutes of discussion, we'll settle on a couple different pairs of shoes. You try them on. Maybe you run on a treadmill. You find the one that works for you. They feel great, and you buy them. And then I tell you, here's the thing. The shoes you purchase from Ned's Zoom Room, well, sadly, they only work on Zoom Room hosted tracks and trails. If you try to use your brand new shoes on a track or trail that isn't hosted by Ned's Zoom Room, they won't work. You'll have to buy a new pair of shoes from that track or trail vendor. And if you want to run on multiple tracks or trails, you're going to need to buy multiple pairs of shoes. That seems crazy, right? It's a pair of running shoes. They should work anywhere gravity is functional, and maybe even some places that it isn't. Now, your shoes might not work as well on a cinder track versus a rocky trail, but they should still work. And you shouldn't be prevented from using someone else's shoes on a track owned by me. That would be ridiculous. And yet, that's exactly how cloud providers treat their native tooling. This might not be a problem if the only tracks and trails you plan to run on are my Zoom Room tracks and trails, which you should. But that does seem pretty unlikely, doesn't it? Even if that's the plan for right now. What if there's some super amazing trail owned by Melissa's Super Scoots that you want to go and run on? Do you want to go out and buy her brand of shoes? And of course, you probably have some trails or tracks that you own yourself. What kind of shoes do you need for those? Do you have to build your own shoes out of raw materials? I mean, you could, but that seems pretty ineffective. Now, I'll admit, this isn't the perfect analogy, but I hope it helps to illustrate some of the problems when it comes to native tooling in the public cloud. Even if you're running in a single cloud today and you have nothing on premises, chances are you will end up on another cloud in the not too distant future. The latest State of the Cloud report from Flexera shows that 87% of respondents are running in a multi-cloud environment, and that includes hybrid. To get the most bang for your buck or the most miles from your shoe, you should pick a solution that is cloud agnostic. But what does that even mean? Now, it might seem like a tautology. A cloud agnostic tool is a tool that is agnostic about which cloud you use it in, but there is some nuance. So I'll propose a few features that I think a good cloud agnostic tool should have. And we'll start with cross-cloud support. This one should be the most obvious, I think. A cloud agnostic tool should support multiple clouds at the same time. If the tool requires a separate deployment in each cloud without a unified control plane or a management console, then it might be agnostic in theory, but it's not in practice. You should be able to deploy the tool in multiple clouds and manage it from a single interface. It should also include on-premises support. Now, as much as I dearly love the cloud, and you know I do, I also have to acknowledge that on-premises still exists. In fact, on-prem spending in IT is still a far larger market than cloud, at least for now. So if you're going to adopt a tool, it should work for your on-prem needs as well. And this is where a lot of cloud agnostic tools fall down. They don't support the on-premises workloads. Now, of course, I understand that you probably already have tooling on-prem to handle your needs, but if you're trying to standardize on a single set of tools, it should be able to handle your on-prem needs as well. The next big thing is consistency of experience. A cloud-agnostic tool should have a consistent workflow and feel regardless of which cloud you're using it in. Now, there are always going to be some differences inherent in the underlying infrastructure and services of any two clouds. Creating and managing an S3 bucket in AWS is going to be different than creating and managing a blob container in an Azure storage account. They are both object-based storage, but they have different APIs and features. I'd expect a cloud-agnostic tool to have the same workflow for provisioning and managing object-based storage, regardless of the cloud that I'm using. I can still create that object-based storage and manage it. I also want that tool to expose some of the differences in the underlying services. Otherwise, why am I running in multiple clouds? Trying to abstract away the underlying technology is usually a losing proposition that leads to leaky abstractions and a loss of functionality. So I want the workflow to be consistent, but also get the benefits of using these different services. And the next one is extensibility. This is a big one because the current crop of major cloud providers are not the only ones that will ever exist. New alternative cloud providers are already here, and you have new services coming online all the time. So a good cloud agnostic tool should be easily extensible to handle new services and new clouds. Now, whether this extensibility comes from the vendor or is community driven in an open source project, still there should be some way to extend the tool to handle new services and clouds. Unfortunately, open standards are making this easier. Look at the Open Telemetry project, for example, but there's still plenty of non-standard APIs out there that need to be managed with a cloud-agnostic tool. And the last one I want to mention is portability. Some tools are standalone, and they don't require a control plane to be installed and managed using virtual machines or containers, but some of them do. They do need that central control plane. And I would expect those solutions to support running on any platform that has the raw primitives. As long as you can provision a virtual machine or run a container, the tool should be deployable on that cloud service. I've seen many cloud agnostic tools that only run out of a single cloud for their control plane or their management plane. So even if you're running in Azure and GCP, if you want to adopt this tool, you suddenly have to deploy a virtual machine in AWS. That's not cloud agnostic. Now, I'm less worried if it's running as a managed service in another cloud, but if I have to deploy and manage the control plane myself, it should be able to run anywhere. To sum it all up, when it comes to selecting cloud agnostic tools, I'm looking for tools that support cross-cloud and on-premises experiences, are extensible, are portable, and provide a consistent experience. At least, those are my thoughts on cloud-agnostic tools. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. You can reach me on Twitter at Ned1313 or on LinkedIn. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of today's event.
What a great ponder session. I hope you will all follow up with Ned. I know that he always loves to hear from you. Ned, thank you so much for that presentation, for kicking off our summit here today. Now, before we jump into our first session, which is in the wings, get excited, it's coming, we have a quick question for you. And what we're wondering is, we want to chat about your timeline. So what is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? So today we're talking cloud. So when are you thinking that you might want to be taking action on some of the cool and exciting cloud solutions that you will be chatting about today? No wrong answers here, just kind of trying to get an idea of where you're at in this cloud journey that we're all on together here today. I'm seeing a lot of not sure's, and that sounds about right. You know, there's lots to think about, and so you may not be exactly certain what your timeline is. I'll give you another quick second to click on that poll there, and then I'm going to move things along because, folks, it is time to get rolling on our summit. Bum-ba-da-da. All right, well, to kick things off on our Star Wars Day Summit, we have not one, but two Cloud Jedi Masters here with us. I am so excited to introduce you all to our first two presenters, Adam Lawson, Cloud Solutions Architect, and Stephen Lehman, Cloud Sales Specialist, both at TierPoint. Adam and Stephen, thank you so much for being here with us to kick off our summit today. I can't wait to dive in, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you guys. Take it away, team.
Super. Thanks for having us. Hello, everyone. Excited to be here today. Adam Lawson, Cloud Solutions Architect here at TierPoint. I'm based in beautiful Dallas, Texas. I've been in the industry for about 15 years now, and my job here at TierPoint is really to understand the customer's business objective and help align that to the right technology. So I'm excited to be here with you today and covering off on those technologies. I'm partnered with my counterpart here, Stephen Lehman.
Hi there. I'm Steve Lehman. I'm a solutions specialist for public cloud with TierPoint. I've been working with Adam for about 2 years now. We've been working together, where we're pooling our knowledge in order to make sure that we can best fit the solutions our customers need across their entire portfolio as they migrate workloads into the public cloud. TierPoint is a digital and an agnostic digital company that is concentrated on the services side of the equation with hybrid cloud. So regardless of whether or not our customers have workloads in a colo environment or in a private cloud or finally in a public cloud, we're there with them to walk along their journey to talk about security and compliance, to talk about recoverability, and then in order to talk about the methods that they need to use to maintain their environment in a best practice manner. Now, as you can see, we've got a very wide range of items in the catalog here at TierPoint, but what I want to really focus on is something that's near the bottom there, and that's the advisory and consultation, because it allows us to have a truly agnostic approach to our customers' workloads in order to make sure that we're helping them select the right kind of tooling and the right kind of strategy that will enable them to thrive within a public cloud environment. Now, what we're going to be using today is we're actually wanting to talk about something that is a real-world example. And it's sanitized here, but what this real-world example is going to be about is a organization in the regional financial sector that came to us because they were just starting out trying to figure out how to take advantage of the features and the benefits of the public cloud. And so we dove into their business drivers. Why did they want to have these conversations in the first place? What were they after? And it was really about making sure they did things like free up their internal resources to focus on innovation and set up a pathway for future modernization, all while making this shift from CapEx to OpEx. Like so many organizations, they were looking to get out of the hardware business and needed some guidance on how to best do so. Behind the scenes, they were very, very concerned about security and compliance. They needed to make sure they had resiliency across their entire organization, all the way from their brick and mortar branches through their virtual presence online, and then into their back-end infrastructure that would eventually be hosted in the public cloud. We also worked with them, and we think this is a very important part even before you start looking at your tooling, to try and set up at a strategic level what success looks like. And so we helped them define what they needed in order to consider this entire effort a success, whether we were talking about finding them a partner that would do operational work for them and make sure that they had best practice as their day-to-day duties, whether we're talking about costs and how well they could define what a public cloud footprint needed to look like in order to work from a cost perspective, or whether or not they were just looking in order to make sure that their compliance audits were just as good, if not better, than they were in previous years. So all told, we helped them set this up, and we're going to refer to this multiple times throughout the next few minutes as we talk about our agenda, which is going to cover everything from hybrid cloud through the migration journey, security and compliance, and then how we can best approach serverless and PaaS solutions as a method to achieve real agility, real improvements. That's where the magic will happen in the public cloud. And we'll all tie this back to our real-world example. So let's talk about hybrid cloud. With this particular scenario, and this is something we see very, very often, is our customers, these organizations, have a lot of experience, and they've spent a lot of time, effort, and budget dollars on the standard traditional architectures, whether we're talking about VMware or we're talking about Dell or any number of other vendors with their standard three-tier architectures. They don't want to abandon that completely, and they value the control that they get with having a colo or private cloud because they get access all the way down to the hardware level. But they need the ability to have more flexibility with public cloud, and they need the ability to take advantage of scalability within the public cloud, because moving from colo to private cloud enabled some level of scalability, but then moving to public cloud offers a great deal more, and it allows for temporary scalability and ephemeral workloads that aren't necessarily possible in your more traditional architectures. So the idea behind what they wanted to do was make sure they could access what they had today, migrate the workloads that they needed to migrate over to public cloud, and then maintain control, maintain best practice across the entire stack. We were able to help them do this because we have a focus on workloads. Again, this is about strategy, making sure that you've got pathways for the individual application stacks that you use to run your business. And since every cloud journey is different because every customer is different and every workload is different, we help our customers at an application stack or workload level, whether that means working to pursue a more native kind of solution or something that is a complete replacement using SaaS, or maybe they just need to lift and shift and need time in order to refactor or re-architect an application in order to take advantage of the benefits of the public cloud. We help them on an individual basis. So when it came time to deal with the migration side of this, when we're talking about these application stacks, we use the cloud adoption framework. And if you want to talk about a tool that is truly agnostic, these frameworks from these vendors, whether we're talking about Azure or AWS, they are built on the idea that you have to truly understand the needs and truly understand your targets in order to do a good job of migrating. And you start with readiness to make sure that your internal staff is skilled correctly to be able to support these workloads, and to make sure that your landing zone is set up in such a way that it will be able to support your future governance needs for security and compliance. It's only after you start that process that you can then move into adoption, where you're talking about your individual workloads, and then move on to more day-to-day management, your day two management, and then your rigorous governance for all of these applications. And then, of course, as new technology arises and you have to worry about the latest and the greatest, you have to start the cycle over again. The idea being that the process is key because it enables us to do so much more. Now, talking about tools, there are so many tools that are available. It's important to understand when to use a tool and as much as what tools to use. So when you're looking at the services that you have within your existing environment, whether we're talking about databases like Microsoft SQL, or maybe you've got Mongo within your environment, it's important to assess them, and we can use native tools in some cases, things like AWS Migration Hub or Azure Migrate. But it's also important to be able to have more tools that are agnostic in order to view these environments. So something like LiveOptics, which has the ability to look at your current environment and extrapolate as to what your high water costs would look like for a future state. That's an important part of the toolbox. It's only after that that we can then tackle migration of the individual databases, in this case, the individual workloads, as we're moving either using native tools or third-party tools for migration into a steady state that matches up with the capabilities, even if it's not matching a platform, but matching with the capabilities that you require out of your applications. Now, that's not the only thing we have to think about when we're talking about migration, though, and I think that's where you need to start worrying about security and compliance. And for that, I'd like to actually turn it over to Adam.
Thanks, Stephen. Fantastic. Well, everyone, if you'll notice, we're not calling out specific tools per se, although Stephen and I and the rest of our team are very opinionated, and we have ways to lead customers, but our goal here is to educate you more so on the frameworks or the tools and the mindset to empower you for a migration or your journey to the cloud. Now, the shared security model is where I'd like to start with my customers. For lack of whatever reason, there's still this misunderstanding that I put things in the cloud and it's more secure, or I put things in the cloud and security is on the vendor, whether that's email services and collaboration like email, chat, Slack, Teams, etc., or your infrastructure, database, and apps. That's simply just not the case. And so I really like to focus in on that as a starting point. What has changed? If I move this workload into the cloud, what are the new areas and things I have to think of? With that, that actually sparks a conversation or a trend of it's a better together story. I realize many organizations have small but mighty IT teams. You might not have a dedicated security resource, a CISO, a leader, but you should still bring those stakeholders, whether it's a business individual or someone that's on the technology team that cares about it, to the table and have those conversations. Now, the reality is customers' expectations of how they want to interact with technology has changed. In our financial institution experience, customers want to bank the way they want to bank. Your employees want to work the way they want to work. You know, we've all heard about the generational changes of behaviors from millennials to Gen Z. So defining that landscape of those experiences means that we got to make sure that we understand the security landscape and the threats that are available to us. Whether it's a bad actor in the environment gaining access through lateral movement with credentials, ransomware, email phishing, and the like, we need to make sure we understand what those new experiences are, how my customers and how my employees are interacting with my data and my environments, so that way we can better protect the organization. Now, the top levels here are you're seeing basically the endpoint antivirus or traditional endpoint security, right? Where we've got some kind of tooling or research on the activity that's happening on a device. Then as we move into the more cloud conversation, whether again that's infra or collaboration apps, we're looking at cloud native security tools. But then you'll start realizing, wait, there's some gaps here and I need to fill those gaps. And that's really where those SIEM and SOAR tools to kind of bring in that full XDR umbrella together and bridge that gap for you. And the number one challenge from security there is observability. We can't take action unless we can observe it. And finally, the final piece from a security perspective is compliance. We already called out that customers and your employees want to work the way they want to work. However, that means new opportunity for not just security breaches, but data risks as well. Whether it's just simple human error, I interact with something that has sensitive information and I shared it with a colleague or externally and shouldn't have. Or maybe you operate with a security by obscurity standpoint where it's over here kind of hidden and no one knows it's there. We need to make sure that we understand, one, where is our data? Two, how do we interact with that? And then three, how does that work together to protect that data across the board? Tools like Azure's Purview can help you understand the data insights and apply classifications to it, and then enable DLP type policies. This right here is critical for financial customers. As they have customers that are interacting with the most sensitive information, they want to make sure that they are empowered to bank the way they want to and enable those experiences across mobile branches, et cetera, but making sure that that data is secured. Business agility. In this particular customer example, we help them start in the very, I'd say beginning, but in the beginning process of the journey. You'll see on this slide here, it's intended to be somewhat linear, where you've got box A on the left, customers kind of start here in these four areas to eventually get into box B, 4 areas on the right. What you'll find is customers are actually, depending on those business initiatives, are somewhere in between, depending on their journey. You might have, like our case, we've got a customer that's just moving to the public cloud. In this case, they were in a own data center, they've got some needs, we understand their workloads and business objectives, and we're starting their journey. But in today's landscape, especially around this ethos of cash positive and making sure I'm understanding my impact and budget, maybe it's reassessing those investments. Where during the pandemic, we threw a bunch of budget and empowerment at the cloud to get employees working, to get customers enabled, to get students educated and learning, but now we need to understand what that is. Then you've got other customers who already went through that transformation process. And with the verge of AI, we need to infuse intelligence and enable new experiences that not only keep and retain my customers, but empower and drive new revenue. So within these topics, this sparks some conversation around, well, what are those technologies and how can I use them today in my business? It's hard to say which one is prominent right now within the industry. We all know AI is the big buzz right now, and we're seeing a lot of disruption in that. But what I'd like to tell my customers is the technology is there. It can do just about anything that you dream of. But what we need to do is we need to start with why. Understand why we want to use this, and then how we want to use it. Why is my board coming to me and saying, hey, we need to do this? Dive in there. Understand what is that initiative? Why are they asking this question? Is it a cash flow thing? Is it a customer retainment? Is it a market penetration? Understanding that why can then help us frame the right conversations into which technology best fits that business initiative. Now, we see some great customers that are all the way through the right side where they're going into serverless and low code and they're adopting cloud native technologies and doing amazing disruptive things. But at the same time, just because they've adopted those leading edge technologies doesn't mean we forgo everything that Stephen and myself just called out. It is a better together story. We need to make sure it's secure and we're empowering the right behavior for our customers and our organizations. With that, just some quick meat on the bones for our customers. You've probably seen this before, or this might be your organization. Seems table stakes, not too big, right? We're not Fortune 1 Walmart. We've got a huge, massive resources we've got to move, but a significant amount. They've got virtual machines, they've got compute, they've got network connectivity, etc. And these are the drivers for this initiative. We need to reduce the risk, empower our customers to bank the way they want, as well as control that cost. We're also very sensitive. It's 2023. Fed keeps raising rates. Just happened yesterday. We need to make sure that we're conscious of that. With the forward thinking of success criteria, we need to, as a bank, make sure we're disrupting that behavior, but also meeting our customers where they're at and before they even think of that, enabling new technologies and new revenue streams. And with that, that brings us to a close. Here's some fantastic resources we have available to you. I've been watching some of the questions flood in, and some of these might be relevant for you all. We've got some one-pagers there from hybrid cloud through cost optimization. Please take a look at it. You've got our QR code there that you can scan with your smartphone. If you're listening to this and you ran to get some more coffee, feel free to come right back. We'll leave this slide up for a few more minutes here. But one thing that resonates a lot with our customers right now is our cost optimization offer. Whether you're starting your cloud journey or are there today, it's great to get an additional set of eyes to look at, go, all right, help me understand my workload, make it human readable and digestible, so that I can make the right impact and decisions there to maximize my cash flow.
So Adam, there is one question, and I think this is a question we can actually answer by referring back to our example, and it's, how can I ensure that my existing applications and data are seamlessly integrated into a hybrid cloud environment, and what are the best practices for migration and data management? I think it might be a good opportunity for us to talk about what we were able to do for this organization from a hybrid perspective, especially on how we were able to handle some of their legacy financial workloads.
Love that. Fantastic. Yeah, do you want to pick that up, or should I pick that up?
I can do that. With this particular customer, they had some legacy workloads that needed to stick around for a few years that couldn't be moved because they were legacy enough that they weren't going to be supported in public cloud. So in this particular situation, we set up circuits, we set up the pathways between a data center. It was one of our data centers, and went between a data center and they had chosen, in this particular case, Azure. So there were some express route circuits. And what we ended up doing was enabling them to maintain their legacy systems that were going to need to stick around for about another 18 months, and still manage to go ahead and connect those legacies with the new design, some of which was lifted and shifted to remain intact, and some of which has been modernized already in terms of storage, for example, while they're making these shifts away from more traditional Windows Server storage solutions to something that is more native as far as being able to use Azure storage accounts and what you would end up being able to do with Azure Files. But those are just some of the ways we're able to do to help the customer, which had not yet actually re-engineered its operational processes, to take advantage of the benefits of public cloud while still maintaining a foothold on their legacy applications that needed to remain completely intact in a more legacy environment. Now, there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot that goes into that, and we are running out of time, so we really can't dive in. But we would love to be able to talk to you a little bit more about it. With that, I think we've got to give it back to our moderator.
We actually have a little bit more time. I did sneakily move the slide along to a poll question, though, that I just want to point out to the audience, and we'll maybe get to one or two more questions here. We have a poll up on the screen here. What we're wondering about is what additional information you would like to get about the TierPoint solutions. Obviously, there's lots more to dig into. We're just scratching the surface. There's a lot more reading to be done and discussions to be had. So this is a way to make your life a little bit easier. Click on that poll right now, and TierPoint will follow up in exactly the way that you want, and you can get that information that you need. While you guys are clicking on that, Stephen and Adam, I do just want to backtrack quickly and say thank you so much for that presentation. That was really interesting and an absolutely fabulous way to kick off our summit. We do have a lot of questions that we are going to try to get through, a few more, and I appreciate, I know we got to Harris's already, so let's get to this one here. I did see a few questions coming in about cost, and Adam, you mentioned right at the end that you had some resources available on that, but can you dig in a little bit more to the cost savings that someone might expect with some of these cost optimization practices?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not uncommon for us. So just from like an infrastructure perspective, I've got compute, storage, networking for customers that go through our cost optimization to see returns on 10, 15% and recoup that savings back. And that's just simple insights of idle resources, misconfigurations, et cetera.
Okay, well, I think that's great and a great place to start. I'm going to try to sneak in one more question. We're running a bit short on time here. I had a few questions about avoiding the common missteps and people wondering what are the common missteps and how do we avoid them and things like that. Do you have any resources or suggestions that you would offer to somebody that's just thinking about this and wanting to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past?
Yeah, I'd leave them with 2 points. Point one is it's your journey. You get to set the pace. You don't have to boil the whole ocean. 2, have the conversation. Even though you might not have dedicated resources and teams like a security practice, have the conversation. Talk about security, talk about compliance, talk about the end user and the customer's experience. That will foster and uncover areas you might not have considered before.
I think that is a great reminder. Yeah, a great place to start.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. One more. If we have another 2 seconds, add one more.
Sure, do it.
That's expand beyond IT, because a cloud is something that enables you to think more broadly than just the IT function. It enables you to work with other divisions within your organization that have a stake in IT without actually needing control of IT. So broaden the conversation internally.
That is such an important reminder. I'm glad we snuck that in. I'm going to ask you for one last quick point, and that is if somebody wants to get started with TierPoint, what do you recommend as that first step to getting started?
I think you can reach out to us.
Go ahead.
Go for it. You got it.
Go ahead and reach out to us using the information that we've already given you in order to start a conversation, and we need to then understand where you are. So we're going to have conversations about where you are on your cloud journey. And that's probably the best way for us to start.
I think that's so important. Start with an understanding of where you're at, and then reach out to the TierPoint team and have some conversations. Adam, Stephen, this has been such a pleasure. I'm sorry we have to leave it there. I feel like we could keep going. There are lots more questions coming in, so if you do have some time to stick around on live chat, and we will make sure that all the questions get on over to the TierPoint team as well. So anyone who asked a question, you will get some answers back. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate, again, you being here to kick us off today.
Thanks for having us.
All right, and thanks to all of you who clicked on that poll. I am also going to remind you, if you're looking to get a little bit more information right away, head on over to the Handouts tab. There's a solution brief there from TierPoint. Power your digital breakaway. You can get to know TierPoint even more, and they are the cloud-forward, data center strong champion for untangling hybrid complexity. I love that. This is a very interesting read and a great follow-up to the conversation we just had with Stephen and Adam, so please do make sure that you grab that solution brief before you head out. Now, before we move into our next presentation, I have a little bit more excitement for you, and that is our very first prize giveaway. So we're going to kick things off with a $300 Amazon gift card. A reminder that you do need to be here live and present with us at the summit. And our very first winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is Mike Firestone of South Carolina. Mike Firestone of South Carolina. Congratulations to you, Mike. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap up the summit today. Now, don't forget, there are still lots and lots more chances to win a prize, so stay tuned for that. Plus, we have that Best Question gift card. Don't forget, $50 available from each session. That's 10 additional chances to win today, so keep those questions coming in. But for now, we are going to keep things zipping right along in our summit today. Up next, I'm so excited to introduce you all to this incredible presenter and somebody that I know that a lot of you will recognize from previous summits, MegaCast and EcoCast, so you know we're in for a treat. Herman Hesse, VP of Solutions at StrongDM, is here with us now. Herman, thank you so much for joining us again. So happy to have you here with us on the summit, and I cannot wait to hear what you have in store. So I will hand the platform on over to you. Take it away, Herman.
Solutions here at StrongDM. I'm responsible for the pre-sales and post-sales side of the StrongDM organization. And I'm happy to be with you today to talk about how we go around simplifying access to your infrastructure in both hybrid or multi-cloud environments. The era of cloud. We've seen cloud evolve over the past 20 years, and it's become, it's probably had the most impact on technology infrastructure out of any of the innovations that we've seen in the last 30, 40 years. Cloud is borderless. It can be dynamic. It's ephemeral. People build things up, they tear them down really quickly. There's a huge amount of automation behind it. The other thing that cloud demands is the ability to get to those resources of that infrastructure in a seamless manner, especially as an organization gets bigger in terms of its cloud footprint and the types of technologies it's using in the cloud. What we hear from a lot of folks out in the technology world is that, from an enterprise perspective, is that cloud infrastructure is notoriously difficult to manage today. There are a number of reasons for that. The cloud providers started up by making it really easy to get access to the cloud infrastructure so they can spin up resources, use resources. However, if you're an enterprise trying to manage who accesses it, when they access it, how they access all of that infrastructure is notoriously difficult to manage. And we have metrics that come back and based on some of the surveys we've run with folks in the field. Talk about the status quo. Most companies today still struggle with how they manage access, how they manage identities across a variety of environments that they have to exist in, or they have to deploy infrastructure in today. Those environments might be in their existing data centers, they might be in multiple clouds or in a single cloud, but they struggle with how they manage it. And if you're an older enterprise, You may have had a solution in place. That solution doesn't easily translate into being able to support your cloud or multi-cloud environments. And again, the technologies have changed. You may have been a Windows shop deploying a lot of Windows servers using Microsoft SQL, but as you go into cloud, you start to use cloud databases, MongoDB, DynamoDB, so on and so forth. That might change the dynamic or the process and how those folks, how your users, your engineers get access to those resources like those MongoDB databases or the DynamoDB databases versus how they used to access your Microsoft SQL database that was in your data center. Users struggle, like, hey, how do I get access to that database? I mean, who do I go to ask? How quickly will I get access to that? Will I have the right level of access? And it's not only the user asking that question, it's the admin. The admin also needs to know, like, do you really need access to that resources? Why do you need access to that resources? And if you do get access, what are you going to be doing with it? And do I have a way as an admin to track and monitor what it is that you're doing with that resource in close to real time as possible? There is, and with all of that comes a lot of unnecessary risk. And I spoke in the previous slide about some of the statistics that we've gathered in talking to folks in enterprise organizations on the IT side, and some of the challenges of the risks that they see. 60% of organizations say that they have issues managing who has access securely to their cloud infrastructure, their cloud resources. 65% of teams say that they are today using shared logins to access business critical infrastructure and data sources. 85% of privileged credentials that have been granted to users have not been used in the last 90 days. So you have a lot of shared logins is a huge risk, because now you have people sharing, whether they're in email or text message or paper, or maybe they're checking in and out of the same thing, but someone gets access to the actual credential. You're putting your organization, your infrastructure at huge risk, because someone might inadvertently give it to the wrong person, who might then take advantage of that. The credentials, you have a lot of unused credentials that are lying idle out there. Someone can also take advantage of those credentials to get into your infrastructure, because you're not really keeping track of where they are, or you're not revoking those credentials when they're no longer needed. We talked about the cloud era, and the cloud era is not just one entity today. It may have started out at some point with just AWS, but now we have Google, we have Azure, we even have Oracle Cloud, and companies will select multiple cloud providers to support whatever their business needs are. Some of the cloud providers are known for doing certain things better than others, or have more capabilities in that suit a specific business use case. Like, you may see people gravitate towards GCP because they like Google's data science models. Some people may gravitate towards AWS because it's more established, because it's more DevOps friendly. Some people might like Azure because they've had long-standing Microsoft relationships from when they were running their data centers, and it's easy to do their lift and shift as they move stuff out of the data centers into the cloud. So companies will select different cloud providers to support the different needs. It's not unusual to see a company taking a multi-cloud approach. But with all of that means, you now have distributed access and distributed data. How do you make sure that you're managing access to that data in a secure manner? How do you extend? A lot of you out there, you folks out there in your organizations are talking or in the process of deploying a zero trust model, implementing a zero trust initiative across all of your infrastructure. And that infrastructure is in cloud or in hybrid environments or in an on-prem data center. But the challenge is, how do you do that without overburdening yourself with with a multitude of solutions to get to that zero trust point? Another finding that we typically see with our customers is their legacy access management solutions were not built for the cloud, so they struggle in terms of how to extend managing access of that that newish cloud infrastructure in the same way that they would have done it for their on-prem resources. So it is probably in large enterprises, it's something that they struggle with continuously as their businesses make the shift to build more stuff in the cloud, to use more cloud databases, to use more containerized solutions, Kubernetes, for instance. So it's an ongoing struggle that organizations need to get their hands around. Let's talk about what you might need or what you would want from an access management solution. There's three points in the slide, and the first one is dynamic access. What does dynamic access mean? It basically, what we're saying is you as an organization should be able to manage when, how, and who you give access to, and for how long. Like if someone is working on a specific project that requires them to have access to maybe 4 databases, maybe a cluster of containers, why would you give them access to everything in your environment? It doesn't make any sense. And why would you give them standing access to even if it's just those set of resources for all of eternity? That also doesn't make any sense. So you want to be able to limit what credentials, what resources, and what access levels they get to a specific to a specified duration, whether that's 60 minutes, whether it's 2 days, whether it's they come in every day and it's 8 to 5 every day for the 5 days of a week. That's what dynamic access basically implies, that you're able to manage dynamically when, how, and what people get access to. So you're not over provisioning. You're not giving people standing access to the resources and the credentials or the access that they need to do their jobs. Another thing that you need from an access solution, an access management solution, that you should ask whoever the vendor is do they integrate seamlessly with your existing tooling, with your existing workflows? And because of the nature of cloud, where DevOps plays a huge role in how that infrastructure is built, deployed, managed, it's very critically important that whatever access management solution you choose is able to integrate with that tooling. It doesn't break the workflows that your developers are using. That way, you are ensuring that they adopt that solution as part of their day-to-day, and you also ensure that you're managing their access and the security of that infrastructure in the same exact way you would do with other infrastructure that might be sitting on-prem or elsewhere. The third requirement I think that you should ask of a vendor is how will this help my security and compliance teams, right? So that solution should be able to give you continuous visibility into what people are doing, where they're doing it, and when they did it, right? So whether that means someone hitting a database and running a bunch of queries, whether it means someone hitting that database and maybe the database has PHI or PII information, being able to track who did that, when, and what they actually did with that database is critical, because that all ties back to one, being able to make sure that your data, whether it's your customer data, your organization's IP data, whatever it is, that data remains secure and is accessed in a way that you can ensure that it's being done in a compliant, whether you're bound by HIPAA, whether you're bound by NIST, all of those compliance schemes. You can only get there if you have that visibility. Without that visibility, it's really hard, it's really time consuming to be able to say that I'm compliant, access is secure, access is being managed in a compliant way. Again, I mentioned that it's critically important to be able to support sort of the DevOps philosophy when it comes to privileged access. And the key component of cloud is infrastructure as code. I think the first slide it was where we talked about the amount of automation that exists in managing and managing cloud infrastructure. It's huge. I mean, all of you, I'm sure, know what Terraform is. You know what Ansible is, you know what CloudFormation is, you have some idea if you're already using it today. But whatever access solution you choose needs to be able to work with that tooling. You don't want to break your engineers' workflows, otherwise they're going to try and go around you. They're going to try and go around that privileged access solution. So you want to make sure that whatever tooling you select is able to support that toolkit that your engineers are used to using. It supports that their workflows that they come in every day and work with. You also want a solution that can work wherever you're using. I mean, I say cloud infrastructure as code plays a huge component in cloud infrastructure, but a lot of organizations also use it on-prem. And you want to make sure that you're doing it in a similar uniform fashion, in a way that is easy to deploy, easy to manage, and easy to use, again, for your engineers. But at the end of the day, the goal is being able to protect your infrastructure regardless where it resides. Being able to protect your data regardless of where it resides. Log everything. I'm sure you've heard this before. Compliance, security, incident management all depend on being able to capture activity, event information about your infrastructure, your applications, your network, all of the above, your databases. And you want to be able to do that in a centralized way. You want to minimize any gaps in capturing event or activity information from anything that's happening in your environment, in your infrastructure, whether it's in the cloud, whether it's on-prem, or whether it's a matter of, or whether you're running a hybrid environment. You want to be able to enforce a sort of a standardized security policy through tools, using tools that can work together. You know, whether it's your IDP, which your PAM solution will be integrating with, whether it's your vaults or your secret stores where you hold your credentials. Again, the PAM will need to integrate with the vaults and the secret stores as well. But all of that stuff, there's a lot of things that are happening as the PAM talks to the vault, talks to the IDP, and then grants people access to the resources that they need to work on. You need to be able to then capture that somewhere. And some access management tools allow you to do some reporting in those tools. But most organizations we find want to be able to feed that into a SIM that might be tied to a SOAR platform. So whether it's Splunk, for instance, being able to capture all that event activity and feed it into Splunk and then do the analytics there and maybe attach a SOAR to it to then take action based on some predefined workflows. Logging allows you to get to accurate and timely answers when you need to investigate security incidents, when you need to understand why something happened the way it did. Without logging and without logging, it becomes almost impossible for you to satisfy whether you have internal regulatory requirements or internal compliance requirements or external regulatory requirements like NIST, as I mentioned, or HIPAA or HITRUST. All these things depend heavily on being able to log that data consistently and holistically. In summary, how does one do access right? I think there are 3 key areas where one can do access in the right way. And that is, 1, make sure that whatever privileged access solution you pick, you go with, is able to cover all of your infrastructure, again, whether it's on-prem, hybrid, or multi-cloud. Regardless of where that infrastructure sits, you want to make sure that your privileged access approach solution is able to cover all of that infrastructure. Eliminate the gaps. You want to be able to extend a unified, consistent zero trust model across all of those environments as well. I mean, access and zero trust go hand in hand. Being able to make sure that people only have, they either have, the concept of least privilege, and then they only get access to the things that they need to when they need to. And that's a critical component of the zero trust model. You want to be able to get visibility into who did what, where, and when. Again, this all feeds into your ability to satisfy your compliance requirements, whether they're external or whether they're internal. You want to be able to collect the right amount of information in a timely manner to be able to report or act on satisfying your compliance requirements. And on that note, if you're ready to learn more, please come visit us at strongdm.com and / get a demo, and you'll get signed up, and someone will be in touch with you to get your StrongDM.
Well, it definitely was, Herman. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate that. And we have a poll question up for the audience here, wondering what additional information you would like to get about the StrongDM solution. Herman just mentioned the demo. You can see that there actually is a demo option right there on the poll. Now, another way that you can book that demo right away is actually by heading over to the Handouts tab. And if you click on the StrongDM link, you will get access right away to book that demo. We all know that that is the absolute best way to really get to know a tool, is to kind of get in the sandbox and start playing. So head on over, book that demo, click on that poll, let StrongDM know how they can follow up with you. We're going to keep things moving right along in our summit today, so we're going to switch the conversation over to live chat to get to those questions. But don't worry, anyone who asked a question, if you don't get an answer today, we will make sure that they get to the StrongDM team, so you will get some follow-ups from that. And now, folks, I know that you're all on the edge of your seat waiting for that next prize, but before we get to it, I am going to play the Imperial March and step dramatically out of the scene. But don't worry, because I am handing things over to the Han Solo of Actual Tech Media, and that is, of course, the one and only Scott Becker. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Scott. Happy Star Wars Day. Welcome to the summit.
Thanks. How'd you know that was my favorite character?
I knew. Yes, I could feel that, Scott.
All right. Well, happy May the 4th to everybody. And I don't know about all of you, but my Star Wars universe plans for the evening are to wrap up the last 2 episodes of The Mandalorian. So if anyone wants to share any May the 4th plans in chat, great, but no Mando spoilers, please. All right, so Jess has given me the opportunity to be very popular here. I've got 4 prizes to give away right now. There's a $300 Amazon gift card and all 3, count them, 3 Kindle Scribes. If you guys haven't seen these are really cool. It's a Kindle reader, but you can write on it. It looks like they've really iterated the technology nicely. So that $300 gift card is going to Brian Creel of Georgia. And our Kindle Scribe winners are Ellen Ross from Pennsylvania, Shannon Kennedy from Texas, and Allison Craig from Kentucky. Congratulations to Brian, Ellen, Shannon, and Allison. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And Matthew's put in his plans. He's taking the kids to see Return of the Jedi at the theater tonight. How cool is that? I wish there was one playing near me. All right. So now it is time for our next presentation in the Cloud Tools Virtual Summit. This session comes from Gigamon, and presenting for Gigamon is Jim Mandelbaum, who's Cloud Architect and Field CTO. It's always great to hear from you, Jim, so welcome to the summit.
Thanks, Scott. Well, let's get right into it. One of the things that we often hear from folks is no matter where you are in your journey in the cloud, some of you have just started dipping your toe. Some of you are already swimming or treading water. And, it's really just kind of getting a handle on what's really happening in my cloud. But before I kind of get into that, I think we need to understand who Gigamon is. And so we've been around for quite a while. We have over 4,000 customers. Our customer satisfaction ratings are off the scale. We have 140 patents, and this is probably old. We've got a lot more. If you look at us from the federal space, we're pretty much in every federal agency you can think of. This out of date on the top 10 global banks, healthcare, all the mobile operators. We're kind of everywhere. And it's funny when we talk to clients and people that are looking at us and they say, oh, the network team goes, oh, we've had Gigamon for years. So I think it's really interesting that, a lot of the physical network folks have been using us in your organization, probably. But I think that as we look at some of the cloud stuff, you may not be aware of us. So just know that we've been around a long time. When we talk about deep observability, and I will kind of dive a little bit better into what deep observability is, but it's really about getting access to the data. We want to access the data, whether we're talking physical, whether we're talking virtual. We want to broker it, which means we want to bring it into a common location, whether it's physical, whether it's virtual. When we talk about cloud, we have public cloud, private cloud, anything that's virtual. We want to consolidate it, and we want to transform it. And I'll explain what that means. And then we want to add to it and by enrich it. And our goal is to basically say to get the traffic from any environment, you can see the list across the bottom, and to get it to the respective tool, but not just throw data at a tool, but make sure the tool is appropriate, the traffic is appropriate for that tool, and it's relevant. Appropriate just means, let's say I have a web tool and I want to send it web traffic to do analysis, but if I really want to send it all that traffic, so we want to do some smarts behind it. So this is the kind of things we talk about when we talk about Gigamon capabilities. And let me very quickly establish a fact that we are looking at a consistent experience and a consistent capability across all those platforms. So everything I'm talking about, a lot of you have seen this in our physical, maybe you haven't seen it in our virtual, but we're looking at this from a complete point of view. So when we talk about traffic, whether it's from the cloud, whether it's from Nutanix, VMware, OpenStack, or AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, you name them, it's really applicable to all of them. So first thing is flow mapping. We want to only send relevant traffic to the relevant tool. Now, you guys have heard this from us for 15 years. Some of the things you haven't heard is the fact that you can do this now in the cloud. So data deduplication. When we tap multiple points in an environment, there's a really high chance you're going to see duplicate traffic. So I don't want to send that duplicate traffic to my tools. So I'm looking at reducing traffic to my tools. Now I'm going to come back, by the way, this understanding your cloud traffic in a minute, but you want to understand some of the capabilities to know what that means. The other thing we talk about is this application filtering. As I'm looking at my traffic running in my environment, maybe I'm only interested in specific applications. Maybe I'm only interested in specific segments. Maybe I'm only looking at specific categories of traffic. And then what about, do I really need the entire session? Right? I give the example that I have streaming of traffic, but maybe I'm only trying to understand who's talking to who. Do I really need the entire flow? Maybe I say I want to capture the first 8, 10 packets, but then the rest of the packets I can discard. Or maybe I want to say that I want the first 10 packets in their entirety, but the rest of them I'm going to slice out the payload because that costs me money as I do traffic. So this is important to understand some of these capabilities, and I don't want to really get too technical. I just want you to understand that this stuff exists in the cloud. Application filtering intelligence is really important in understanding your cloud traffic. I want to understand what traffic is running in my cloud environment. So if we look at this pie chart here, we go and we grab what are the 10 most heavily used applications. Then we can categorize them by different categories, but we can get very granular to identify the exact application. And what that means is for those of you who have custom written applications, we can also add those to the list. Now, why does that matter? If I'm trying to do performance analysis, and this is really kind of going back to why it's so important to understand your cloud traffic. Let's say I have an application, a homegrown written application. I'm trying to understand performance. One of the things I want to be able to do is I want to be able to filter that application. And I don't want to have to go and say I want this IP address or this IP range, because cloud applications are designed to be dynamic. Maybe I'm doing things with Kubernetes. These things come up and go away very rapidly. So being able to identify the application and send that application to my tool is critical to understand what my application is doing, what it's talking to, and where is my bottleneck. So that's something else that we talk about quite a bit, is how do I know what the problems are in my application if I can't see all the application traffic? But I also need to understand, is the problem in my cloud network infrastructure? Is it in my architecture? Or is it in the app itself? There are so many ways that this filtering intelligence becomes so critical. So if we kind of look at this screen that I was talking about, we have that pie chart over there that shows our top applications. We can show the traffic on your network. Why does this matter? When we talk about the cloud, everybody thinks that it's this magic thing and that I have unlimited bandwidth available to me in the cloud. That's not true. When you sign up for services, you subscribe to a certain type of instance. Now, again, I'm not trying to be real technical here, but if I go in and I load my applications and I have a standard that says I load this type of instance, I have limits on network performance that I have for that instance and for that environment. So by looking at my traffic load and looking at the application, I can get an idea to say, is my application at fault or is my network architecture at fault? These are things you can't get with logs. Logs don't tell you where the problem lies. They can give you some things that say this app talked to this app, great, but it doesn't give you the entire information about that session, which is really critical when we talk about end-to-end. So when we move to the cloud, yes, you want to use the built-in logging, the built-in CloudWatch, the built-in tooling, but I really need to get at the packets because, again, packets give me that ultimate source of truth. And what visualization does is it shows you the traffic, it shows you all your loads, and then off to the side, you can see all the applications running on your network. We can then filter it and create different flows that say, I want this app and this app to go to this tool, and this app and this app to go to that tool. And oh, by the way, you can use the same traffic from multiple tools. So it's not one for one, it's use it, see it once, use it many. The other thing that's important is once I've seen the traffic, what can I do with it? So some of the things that we've talked to some cloud personas and we've talked to a lot of people, and this was actually a really interesting study that we had somebody do for us, where we talked about some use cases that we see quite often and get their input. And so one of the things that we ask people about is, as you move to the cloud, how are you managing certificates? How are you understanding self-signed certs or weak or deprecated ciphers? Or how many SSL certs do you have expiring in the next 30 days? That's very difficult to manage if you have developers pushing out applications, because a lot of times they're self-signing. A lot of times they're using self-signing in the development process, but it gets forgotten about in production. Or you have long-term certificates that are out there that you don't have a way of knowing how soon they're going to expire. So these are some of the things that we partner with our partners. So if you're doing things like Datadog, Riverbed, New Relic, any live action, any of these tools that do observability, we can really enrich those tools by using something that we call application metadata intelligence and enrich the tooling. So this is one probably that a lot of people really were excited about, is how simple it is for them to see what's going on in the network from an operations point of view. When we talked to security folks, what they were interested in was understanding what's really happening through those connections. So when we talk about port 443, most of us know that that is just going to be your SSL traffic, right? That's your HTTPS traffic, port 443. But how do we know that it's actually not something else? Like somebody's doing SSH over 443 or RDP over 443 or malicious activity over 443. And a lot of times we see this and it may not be malicious, but it may be a developer that decided to use it in a non-standard way. And so that's really interesting when we talk about non-standard uses. And we all know that we don't want non-standard. So this is a way I can get into it. So security's looking at it saying, do I have bad stuff happening? Operations is looking at it and saying, do I have somebody doing something they shouldn't? But it also lets us know if I have application A talking to application B, and maybe they shouldn't be. So all of these are really good about understanding flows. So one of the things that we did, as I said, as part of the study, is we went out and we said, if you're looking at your SIM, if you're looking at your observability, what are some of the things that you really work hard at finding? Because we can surface these really quickly with what we call our metadata intelligence. If we look back on the slide we were talking about, where we talk about enriching the data. So transforming the data we talked about, where we went and we took that data We looked at it, we filter the traffic, and we send the right data to the right tool. But enriching the data, we take all of that data. We have over 7,000 metadata enhancements that we can now add to that traffic. So when we look at these reporting tools and we start sending them additional metadata that they can now take and populate into pre-built dashboards, this really does make your tools better. So as you move to the cloud, don't ignore the packets. Don't forget that logs aren't going to give you everything. And utilizing the tools that you have already purchased and making them better is really what it's about. We all don't want to go out and buy more tooling to do this. So how do we make the tools we have better? And that's what we're really trying to do, is just try to avoid that tool creep and that just so many tools, that sprawl that we're all used to. How do we take and contract the number of tools, but make them better? And that's what we're trying to do with all of the Gigamon tooling we have. And it's actually, again, a very cohesive experience across all of your platforms. One of the things that I would encourage you to do is, again, tools efficiency is really critical today. You're trying to do more with less. We're trying to get better use out of our spend. So if I can, number one, reduce the amount of traffic going into the tools and remove sprawl, if I can eliminate blind spots by automatically seeing traffic as it's built in the cloud, as tools come up, or as virtual machines come up in the cloud, I can see those automatically and add those to those flows so you can see it. If crypto mining is done, we'll automatically recognize it and populate those dashboards for you. So these are some of the things that we commonly hear. So if you go to the Gigamon website and look for the tools efficiency wizard, you can go through this and you can just very quickly rank what's important to you, how much traffic you're currently sending to your tools, what's your projected growth rate. We can actually show you some real numbers, and I would ask you to challenge these numbers, but these have been authenticated through many clients that these are real. But it'll show you what you can do and save from the amount of traffic that you're currently getting without losing the visibility and observability in your network. This is what's really critical. I want to do more with less and not sacrifice. And that's something critical that we're trying to do. So I know that we've had some questions, Scott. Maybe what we can do is dive in and answer some of the questions. Do we have time for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's definitely get into some questions. And Jim, I just got to say that was really interesting. That the tool looks really powerful, and it was neat just to see how you guys are reducing the amount of traffic that's going over to the tools. I really like the way you divided that up. It was really
and I think the critical thing to understand there is, yes, we're reducing traffic to the tools, but we're not reducing the fidelity of the traffic, and that's what's really key. Is people think all you're doing is reducing the traffic. It's no, we're getting rid of the hay and only sending needles, and that's really what we're trying to do, right? And you just can't keep up with, as you keep expanding and expanding, these tools just can't keep up by that. So trying to reduce that is really important.
Got it. All right. So yeah, we do have some questions coming in here. This first one, they're asking, I can see what's on my network from my logs. Why is this any better?
That's a very common question, and I did touch upon that briefly. When we look at what log data is doing, the first thing we have to understand is logs are historical, right? Logs are things that have already happened. So number one, from a security and prevention point of view, I don't want to base my entire security on stuff that's already happened. I want to look at stuff that's happening right now. And packets are the ultimate source of truth. It's what's happening on your network right now. So I want to be proactive. That's number one. Okay. Number two, we know that logs can be altered. The first thing bad guys do is either go in and turn down the logging level, turn off logging, or they alter the logs, right? We've seen them where they just copy yesterday's logs on top of it. Now, again, the cloud providers have gotten really good about that, but setting the log levels down, of course, you can do that. Turning off logging for a period of time. Hiding your tracks is easy in logs. Again, packets are ultimate source. But We also want to be able to understand things that logs don't tell you. Again, one of the things that we hear in their application performance or network monitoring is, I don't see a problem. The logs say that machine A is talking to machine B. I can ping them. We can transfer data. Everything's fine. But what it doesn't tell you is it doesn't tell you that I'm getting retransmits. It doesn't tell you that I'm having long latency times. It doesn't tell you this, where the packets actually can show you. And as we send that over, we create 100% flow data. We can actually show you that application A and application B, what's the latency between them. And you can see where I'm getting performance issues. And again, I go back to the statement I made earlier about that when people spin up instances in the cloud, they think they have unlimited bandwidth. And architects design this on the concept that these machines will be able to talk to this machine's unlimited because it's virtual. But that's not really true. When you go in and you sign up for an instance, it says to you, you have a 1 gig virtual NIC, you have a 5 gig virtual NIC. And yes, they will do some bursting, but once you get over that, the packets are they're gonna drop. And so we see that quite often in instances where people are trying to troubleshoot cloud instances, and it turns out there's nothing wrong with the app. They just chose the wrong type of virtual machine. Or the architecture is such that they have, everybody's doing modular design architecture, right? I have different apps talking to different apps because it's modular, but what they have is a scale problem. I've got 20 machines over here doing app services talking to one over here, and there's just not enough bandwidth on the virtual NIC to handle all of those sessions. Mm-hmm. So it's common, but again, logs don't tell you that. Logs just say this machine talked to that machine, and that's fine. But if I'm trying to really understand what's happening and really troubleshoot and maintain my network from whether I'm in development, whether I'm in the operations team, whether I'm in security, all of these have different use cases where logs are great, but they don't solve the real problem.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for that context, and thanks for that question. That was a really good question. Next one here, I like this question. They're asking, we've had instances of people running crypto mining and gaming on our network. Would this have helped us identify and stop that sort of activity?
100% yes.
Okay.
Now, there's important things to understand with this. So if we're looking at logs just show instances, right? If we're looking at the packets in real time, we can recognize all of those different applications, right? So we have over 3,500 different applications with all these metadata enhancements, but most importantly, it's a category. So we have applications in categories, crypto mining, for example. Mm-hmm. What we can do is set up a rule that says anytime you recognize crypto happening on your environment, send that information to this dashboard. And you're hoping that dashboard is always blank, right? You have this dashboard just sitting there with nothing on it. And if somebody goes and spins it up, then it populates. So that's number one. The important thing to understand, though, is Google released a study that said that within 22 seconds of a cloud instance being compromised, bad guys were mining. So 22 seconds. And we know that people are just buying credentials. They're not hacking anymore. The concept of hacking that's 20 years ago. Now I'm just going to go buy a credential on the dark web. Why would I bother to do anything else? So there are these failed logins, don't happen. It's just they go in, they spin up an instance, they start mining. So I need to recognize that immediately. And also to understand the cloud providers have no sympathy. So when you get that bill, if you're just relying on logs and you get that $50,000 invoice from all the crypto mining that you didn't know about, guess what? They want their money.
You got to pay.
So they'll negotiate a little, I've heard, but not a lot.
Yeah.
So it's important that I recognize that immediately. Now, the gaming thing is a really interesting one as well, because you see a lot of people spinning up virtual instances to help with their gaming. And yes, again, that is a category. Gaming is a category. So we can populate that same dashboard and say, I want to send anytime I see any instances running these protocols, these applications on your virtual environments, wherever they happen to live, or even physical. Again, we're 100% across the whole way.
Yeah.
We want to populate that dashboard. And your goal is to never have anything in that dashboard.
Right.
And so these are great use cases and actually fairly common use cases. So yes, we will help you with that.
And I wanted to follow up quickly on the gaming side. Is that something that like are hackers setting up gaming, or is that usually an internal person just like trying to supplement their hobby with some corporate resources?
It's both.
Okay.
So yeah, you do see bad guys taking advantage of the virtual compute for their gaming, and why not get free services?
Yeah.
But you also see, you hear about these things like misconfigurations, and you hear about people doing crypto mining or gaming on corporate resources. And a lot of that is just people don't realize it's a problem. They don't understand how certain things work. So it's not uncommon, sadly, to see some of the gaming stuff is an employee that just lack of education, didn't understand the ramifications of what they're doing. It's, hey, we have cloud, we're paying for it, we might as well use it, I'm going to use it, and they spin it up. And they just don't recognize that that's probably something they shouldn't be doing.
Gotcha.
Education.
Yeah. So the next question here, they're asking, using metadata sounds interesting, but is there an overhead to doing this? So we talked a lot about, cutting down on the traffic and, the fidelity, but, is there an overhead at all?
Yes, there is, but understand it's about 1%. So for every 100 gigs of data we're looking at 1 gig of metadata. Why that's important is that I have tooling that traditionally I've sent all this log data to, and I've sent all these flows and packets to, that maybe I don't need to. Maybe I can just chop all that off and only send it the metadata and flow data that it needs at a reduced level that has better fidelity data. And that's what I keep emphasizing is I want to send less traffic, but I want the traffic I send to be better. And that's where metadata really is important. And I get that question because a lot of vendors out there are saying, we're going to make your tool better. And all of a sudden they get this bill for X dollars more. And it's like, wait, you're supposed to be saving us money.
Yeah.
And so understanding metadata is really 1% of the actual payload. So we really can reduce that, 98, 90, 99% of the traffic down to that 1% with metadata. Now, I'm going to go back to this and say, I'm not saying get rid of logs. You need to be able to understand historically what happened. But again, logs are historical, right? We have to recognize that.
Gotcha. And we're about up on time, but there's one more question here I'd love to get to. The traffic reduction sounds good. How do I find out how much traffic I can save?
Well, the tool that I have on my screen right now with the Tools Efficiency Wizard is one of them. So it'll go in and kind of show you what kind of efficiency we can make with your tools. But on the same page, there's actually a traffic reduction tool that you can go in and you can say, this is the amount of traffic I have. These are the tools we're using. And it'll generate this number of kind of where you're looking at. What does this mean financially? And then again, I'm always somebody that says, yeah, okay, sure, I don't believe you. I encourage you to go into the details. So as you go through it and you get to the next step, you can go in and edit the values that it's using to make it more believable in your context. And it'll really kind of show you the type of traffic we can save. And some of the things I hear is, well, that means that I don't have to buy the additional virtual machine, or I don't have to buy the additional physical machine, or I can prolong the life of the one I have, or I can just expand it horizontally a little bit without having to spend more. So, there's a statement at Gigamon, which we've been saying, which, first time I heard it, I called BS on it, which was, you don't need money to buy Gigamon. Of course you need money, but you can reallocate some of that spend that you were planning on spending on some of this other stuff to make your tooling better. So there are options, but yes, to your point of the question, we have some calculators on the Gigamon website. We have, the tool efficiency. We have the utilization tool. I would encourage you to look at it. And for those of you who are interested, sorry for that, we have a tool that we can actually apply to your cloud instance. It shows you how much traffic you're generating in your environment. We can absolutely do that for you so you can kind of see how much traffic are you actually generating in your Azure, your AWS, your Google environments. That'll give you some of these real numbers. So if you're interested in that, we can absolutely work with you and do that. Now, I know you have other questions. So are we going to? We're out of time probably if you said that.
Yeah,
So
we'll go ahead and if it's okay with you, we'll send these questions to you so you can get back to people, on their specific questions too.
that would be great. And again, if any of you have questions beyond this, feel free to reach out to me. You can find me at the Gigamon website or on LinkedIn, and then I'll get back to you directly. The last thing I want to say is, sorry about that. If you want to see what this looks like on your network, we're always glad because it's virtual. It's really easy to deploy. Takes, in under an hour, we can have you completely up and running in your Azure AWS environment. If you want to see what it looks like in your environment, let us know. We'll be glad to spin it up and let you take it, kick the tires in your environment, not just a demo. And again, it's the cloud, so it's virtual. It's really easy to spin up.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, thanks. That sounds like a great place for people to start. And Jim, as always, really appreciate your time. Thanks for
Thank you very much, Scott. Thanks.
Thanks.
And we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like from Gigamon. So we'll just leave that up here for a minute. And I'd also like to remind everybody about the handouts. We've got handouts from each of the sessions today. The Gigamon handout is a link to a GigaView Cloud Suite site where you can start a demo. You can download an analyst report. There's a bunch of great resources on that page, so I highly recommend it. I see the poll responses coming in here. Thanks to everybody who's responded to this poll. We really appreciate the feedback, and of course, this is for resources that you can get from Gigamon to let them know what you're interested in. And I'll leave that up there for a moment while we do our next prize drawing. The winner of our $300 Amazon gift card is Alan Stoddard from Texas. So congratulations to Alex Stoddard. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close that poll. And I'm just checking one quick thing on the prizes here. Yep, okay. All right, we are in good shape. Okay, and now it's time for our next presentation in the Cloud Summit. And this session comes from Zerto. Presenting for Zerto is Anthony Dutra, technical marketing engineer. So Anthony, welcome. Thanks for being here today, and I will turn things over to you.
Doing less, being worry-free about disaster recovery and migrations to AWS. My name is Anthony Dutra. I'm a technical marketing engineer here at Zerto, and what I am very excited to share with you all today is how Zerto is the cloud tool critical for the success of many cloud migrations to AWS, as well as security of your applications, whether that's on-premise and disaster recovery to the cloud, or within AWS cloud regions themselves. So I'm very excited to jump in, but I always like to take a step back and just talk about, maybe for those not familiar with Zerto, who we are and what we do. So what we do is we protect, recover, and move data as well as applications using what we call continuous data protection. And I'll get into a little bit about what that is in a second, to move apps and data between on-premises data centers, on-premises to the cloud, between cloud technologies. And we've been doing so for quite some time, since 2009. Since then, we've been lucky to partner with, as you can see, thousands of organizations, AWS being a very strong partner of ours, and a lot of our technologies complement each other very nicely, and we've helped service over 9,500 customers all across the globe. What makes Zerto special, as we mentioned before, is our always-on application protection as well as mobility. CDP, continuous data protection, really our bread and butter, our software-only solution, is made up of, is a disaster recovery solution for your apps that is really made up of these three sort of separate technology components that are made up together. The first is this hypervisor-based near synchronous replication. So what we're able to do is basically take the best of both types of replication, asynchronous as well as synchronous, do something from the hypervisor level that only allows for a granular level of replication, and that granular level of replication enables what's called a journal. So as you can see there, journal-based recovery in order to basically replicate to very granular points in time. So this gives you, the user, the ability to roll back in case of a disaster, or if you replicated an app and moving it to somewhere else, to a specific checkpoint in time. Maybe it's 5 seconds, and it could be all the way up to minutes, and rewind to state that is most useful and operational back to the business. It's all automated as well as orchestrated. So you, with just a few simple clicks of a button, are producing this very granular level of replication and recoverability, and you're able to do so in a application sort of centric approach. So as we know, as IT managers are aware, an application is not just made up of one virtual machine running absolutely everything. It's usually a mixture of many different virtualized instances and components that must be grouped together, which we do so with virtual protection groups, or VPGs, that are recovered to those very granular points in time. So that is how Zerto is very unique and different, and that is how we're solving a lot of the challenges that our customers are facing today. So the main one, and what we're really seeing a lot of growth in, is the scale of ransomware itself. As you could see, 265 billion estimated by 2031. That is the encryption and loss of data, from malicious actors, the downtime required to recover from that. All of that is built into that absolutely staggering number. And it is not, ransomware itself is not uncommon, and neither are the other unplanned disruptions that also happen within the data center as well. So, a huge customer challenge of ours that we definitely try to help solve is this 62 or 63% of organizations having suffered some sort of disruption to their applications themselves. Now, if you're mainly on premise today, you're and like managing a lot of the infrastructure yourself, you're very susceptible and directly affected by things like earthquakes or hurricanes. So unless you actually have another physical data center or something to replicate to across the state, a good disaster recovery strategy is to replicate instead to the public cloud. So obviously businesses will take advantage of this from a DR standpoint and help mitigate those unplanned disruptions. But now what we're seeing is C-level executives wanted to take advantage of cloud, not only from, again, let's say elastic standpoint from a DR sort of recoverability side of things, but also from an application. Let's migrate this on-premise to the public cloud itself. Let's refactor what the application was on-prem and all of those different components to this new to these public cloud services. And for a lot of IT managers, that's a lot, because there's 100 plus services running in the public cloud, and there's cloud native technologies, a big learning curve, and a much complexity that comes to data that lives in the cloud. And as we can see, that is only growing much larger by 2025 and becoming much more difficult for the majority of us to manage. So if being tasked with uh, the problem to actually migrate our apps to the public cloud itself, we not only see, those challenges happen for our customers, but now this extra layer of challenges on top of it when they are being asked to migrate to a public cloud. So 91% of some statistics that we got here of people who have tried to migrate to the public cloud itself on a more manual basis say it takes up quite a bit of time when they are asked to do so, and they are frequently asked to do so. The downtime cost is what we see around average of 250K per hour. And of course, 73%, right? It goes back to that cloud complexity. 73% of these cloud migrations are taking a really long time, or a year or longer. So just like the challenges of ransomware, unplanned disruption from earthquakes or natural disasters, the downtime and data loss that are happening from these more planned disruptions and manually moving to cloud are becoming much, much more apparent as well. So, right, in doing so, to summarize these migration pain points, there's a risk of data loss when you are, trying to refactor an application from basic VM on-premise to let's say an EC2 instance, and then leveraging a whole other slew of AWS services. So there is a downtime required of your staff to have to recreate these applications themselves manually, as well as actually some ramping up time to learn about the technologies within, let's say, AWS themselves. So there's a high admin cost there. And then there's always potentials of, migration testing having its issues, as well as potential lock-ins with some of the technologies that you may be moving away from. But Zerto helps sort of combat all that by really being that one solution that offers the full suite of DR and mobility, whether that's on premise into the public cloud itself or within the public cloud, whether that's between regions or, let's say, clusters of Kubernetes services. So seamlessly with Zerto, we're able to leverage that same continuous data protection to be a good tool to help you move to the cloud quite quickly. And then once you're in the cloud, be able to replicate and recover as such. So the first technology that I would very much like to discuss is Zerto for VMs. This is, hey, I'm on premise today, and I want to replicate up to AWS or even migrate my applications up there. This is what an architecture looks like. We'll get into a little bit of a demo in a few minutes, but basically what we have is our full on-premise environment running our host and applications, and we're going to replicate with natively with something living inside of our AWS service itself, a virtual machine to the public cloud, and it's going to be available up in AWS as a true native EC2 instance after we perform that migration. So behind the scenes, what we'll be seeing taking place is this initial replication of a virtual machine. We'll see the magic of CDP happen. And then once we choose our point in time to roll back to, the Zerto will handle much of automatically the shutting down, the rewriting, the moving of disks to the very specific point in time that you've chosen to ensure that there is zero data loss. So there is absolutely minimal downtime to this migration process, and we'll actually see it in action right now. Alrighty, I'm going to kick it on over to my Zerto environment running on a ESXi platform today. So we have our new social media application running on premise, and we want to migrate it to the public cloud AWS using Zerto. So what we already have now is a VPG setup where we have protecting that virtual machine that we see here on premise. And we've actually tested a failover. We're saying, hey, we want to replicate it to AWS. And we're currently testing a failover to see if we can recover this VM on premise to AWS itself. And actually, you could see as I run this operation and we go to our AWS console, that new social VM that we've seen here on premise is running in a test space, completely non-disruptive in the public cloud itself, right? So from a DR standpoint, we are testing right now the application to AWS running on premises in itself, right? Running on premises here in VMware. So we can stop that failover test and say that it was a success. And if in real time we did in the future want to take a look at some statistics or what exactly happened during that test failover, we will look at some reporting that shows step by step what actually happened there. All right, now that that test failover has stopped, we can go over to reports and actually generate that recovery report that I was talking about, export it as a PDF, and as it loads up here, we will be given a complete report as to the start and stopping, or what exactly happened, what time, how long everything took, from a DR standpoint from on-premise to AWS itself. All right, but we're actually here for the migration, so let's actually do a migration of that new app and move it from here to Amazon Web Services itself. So let's go down to the bottom left here and click Move and select VPG. We're going to select our VPG that's replicating to AWS. We're going to say check off here for shutdown. This will shut down the VM on premise and move it to AWS itself. And what we're going to do is actually enable reverse protection, and it's going to keep the disks on premise in case something is funky up in AWS when our migration does happen and we need to move back. So simply click those two boxes and click Start Move. This is prompting us saying that it'll take 60 minutes in time out if we don't tell the move operation that, hey, it looks good, prior to committing the move itself. So you have 60 minutes to sort of examine the VM and see how it translated into the EC2 instance and make sure that the move was successful before you commit overall. So we're going to click move and just let that magic happen. We can see now that the move operation has started, and without even committing to the move itself, right, to this migration operation, we can actually take a look inside of our EC2 console and see that this social media application is now initializing in EC2. But we're going to come back here and give the move operation a little bit more time before we commit to it. All right, now that the move operation has ended, we can see on our primary site that that new social application is powered down. And if we head over to AWS, we still see it initializing here. And it will go into a complete migration once we click commit. Make sure reverse protection is enabled. We're done with that, and click commit. All right, we've moved and saw how a application or a VM, our social media website there, from a DR standpoint, can go to AWS using Zerto, and how we use Zerto to migrate to AWS. And one company that really achieved an uninterrupted business using both technologies was one called Tenkata, and who still does today. They basically took their disaster recovery time from 2 weeks, the ability and the amount of time it took them to recover before Zerto, and then after using Zerto, it takes them under 10 minutes to do so as well. And they can recover to states that are 10 seconds before those checkpoints before something happens to their applications, and they're doing so using Zerto to AWS, thousands and thousands of VMs. But now that they are using Zerto from on-premise to AWS, and they've moved some applications to AWS, what about DR within AWS itself? And that's where Zerto in Cloud for AWS comes into play. And this is DR at scale for those EC2 instances that are now in the cloud and can be moved across regions. So, right, we now use Zerto as a cloud migration tool to move to AWS. Now let's use it to protect and secure within AWS. So this is a very simple architecture that goes into the deployment of the Zerto in Cloud Manager. It's an EC2 instance that is spun up, but everything run inside of it is actually containerized based. So you can see everything on screen there that is actually run. What's most important is the fact that we leverage DynamoDB as the stateful set behind this manager. So basically, anything can go down inside of the Zerto in-cloud manager. We have persistence within the DynamoDB service itself to keep this service alive. But what it's actually doing is keeping your full EC2 instances alive with that same level of simplicity through that very familiar dashboard and orchestrating that disaster recovery across multiple regions. So again, this is really simplifying security within the cloud because in case of a region outage, you're able to leverage Zerto from that same level of checkpoint granularity between multiple different AWS regions. Yes, you can also leverage the same application-centric approach, right? So you can mark multiple EC2 instances or logically group them to be replicated to different regions and test these failovers without any disruption like you saw in our on-prem version, but now between regions and availability zones in AWS. We've simplified the management of the GUI overall. As you can see from the screenshots, it looks very much similar to what you saw within the demo itself. And it's basically the same easy to use GUI that also could be interacted with via CLI as well as API. I was just playing the other day with some Postman requests, creating a VPG, via API. So if you're looking to somehow incorporate Lambda functions, incorporate other AWS services into this, you can easily do so through code. We have some built-in analytics into the platform where you can monitor things like the total recovered point objective, the total, journal, how many checkpoints, the network, everything that from a compliance or really auditing standpoint is available through a nice, easy-to-use dashboard. But we're also very much integrated with CloudWatch. So if you are looking to create specific event triggers that might provide data to a Lambda function and then interacts with the Zerto in Cloud API to create a VPG after a certain threshold is met. We are integrated with CloudWatch. We can see CloudWatch logs and collections of what happens within Zerto for AWS itself in terms of an integration. But imagine now integrating it with Zerto in Cloud, right? That powerful monitoring solution within AWS backed by this near synchronous journal-based replication between regions. So Zerto in Cloud allows for all of this DR at scale, is flexible, and is simple to use. We're available for this replication across multiple regions, except for GovCloud, and more being added by the day. You can replicate across multiple availability zones and regions. This will soon be in the marketplace, but this is a very special AMI that you can get from the Zerto team if interested. Okay, so Zerto really provides across multiple AWS workloads. It really simplifies the migration to the public cloud with our software only continuous data protection based approach as one solution for any workload that is AWS related. We have the fastest RPOs and RTOs across the marketplace today, and our orchestration and automation as well as the analytics built into the solution really allow for that simplicity and to be that tool for basically IT managers or really anybody trying to migrate into the cloud today, use the cloud as DR, etc. So something to look forward to, the release of Zerto 10 coming May 18th. We're actually going to have famous hacker there, Kevin Mitnick, speak. Feel free to register there to learn more about what Zerto has going on with the Zerto 10 release. And I thank you very much for joining this presentation.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Great presentation. And while we see what questions are coming in, I'll just put up the poll question. So any resources that people would like to see from Zerto, you can just let us know there in the poll. But Anthony, you ready for some questions?
Absolutely.
All right, super. So the first one here, with AWS as a DR target, do I need to have any EC2 instances already running before I can fail over?
Yep. No, so you don't, and that's kind of the beauty of Zerto's orchestration and automation right off the bat. Basically, all you have to do is select the region, make sure you have the proper networking set up at the secondary site in AWS, and Zerto will take care of the rest when it comes to replicating for you. So, nope, nothing running except for what you need.
Okay. All right, super. Another question here. Can I replicate to two different AWS targets in different regions?
Yes, you can. You actually can take advantage of what is called one-to-many replication with Zerto. So you can protect one virtual machine and replicate it to one region, or replicate it and add it to another virtual protection group that replicates, let's say, like across the world, somewhere else to another one over there. So, yep, multiple replication points.
Okay. All right, super. Anthony, I know you've been answering questions furiously in the chat as well, but there was one from Rohan who was sort of related, asking if the Zerto and Cloud provide protection and recovery of an application running on EC2 instances between accounts, regions, and availability zones. So a little bit related to that last
that's
question.
That was great. That's a good point there too, right? The purpose there is to recognize that it is just between regions and AZs. Accounts is a different layer in AWS, which I don't think anybody does, but yes, so AZs and regions we're able to replicate too.
Okay, all right, super. Next one here, how does Zerto use CDP for AWS if VMware's VIO API is only available for vSphere?
Yeah, no, that's a mouthful right there, and I think we actually had another bio question in the chat. Basically, long story short, VMware has a very particular tool that allows something very similar to happen, but only strictly within VMware environments. The main point of that is that Zerto is a proprietary built software, so we're able to journal, do near synchronous replication, do all that great stuff without being tied to necessarily a platform, and we're constantly updating and making changes on our own. So we're different because we built it different, and we're not stuck to, let's say, VAL, like we say, like the question alludes to.
All right, super. Yeah, and I'm not sure the question there in the chat, was there anything else that you wanted to add from that one?
No, I think that's great there. Another great cloud that actually I'm just about to answer a question on is how does Zerto fit into the GreenLake, HPE GreenLake platform, specifically now that we're part of that family. So actually, if you look up HPE GreenLake Disaster Recovery, that is a super simple to use console in the cloud that is basically Zerto on the back end. So all the great features that I showed and things of that nature can be done through the GreenLake platform also. So we're super excited about that.
Okay. All right, great. Let's see. There was one about does Zerto in cloud offer full orchestration and automation?
Yeah. So absolutely, what you're able to do is group, similarly to like what I spoke about, EC2 instances within one particular region, maybe your production region, and here on the East Coast, and you can tell Zerto in cloud without having to set anything up at a different AWS region or site, hey, I want to replicate all of these EC2 instances to this region, and through the console, very similar to what on-premise to AWS looks like, you're able to do that same very granular level of replication across those regions. Very little interference from the end user perspective. It's really just clicking a few buttons and watching it come back online.
Gotcha. Yeah, and that's really interesting. What are some of the other common use cases for orchestration and automation that people like to do with their Zerto tool?
Yeah, so obviously disaster recovery is the first and most well-known use case, but migrations is a huge conversation that we're having with a lot of our customers and even sort of new prospects. A lot of people are wanting to move to the cloud, and there's a lot of refactoring that comes into maybe sort of transforming these apps into what were VMs to EC2 instances, like in the case of AWS. So as you saw from the demo itself, super easy to just, again, click a few buttons and replicate to a point in time that is useful to you, but up in the cloud that is now, ready for you to use and sort of play with and experiment, cutting out a lot of the developer time or solutions architect time that it would take. So DR is number one, but we're seeing a huge bump in migrations to the cloud with this.
Okay, interesting. Hey, I saw a question here from Rob. It's like a double integration question. Can you back up scale computing VMs to Wasabi Cloud?
Yeah, so that's interesting. So we don't necessarily, let's say, back up to a Wasabi bucket. What we do have functionality is called extended journal copy. Basically, what that allows for is what you would typically be replicating to another site. We instead push it off to a Wasabi bucket. You can't restore from that bucket itself or keep it running in that Wasabi bucket, but it's kind of there as oh my God, something happens on premise. I can call it down from that Wasabi bucket and bring it back online. So we have a very strong interoperability within that respect. We're getting a lot of actually intrigue to see the two organizations work together, and I'm actually spearheading something that really allows for that functionality to expand further. So yeah, there is a sort of compatibility between the two products, but it isn't necessarily I'm restoring in the Wasabi Cloud. It's sort of just used as an add-on.
Very cool. That's an exciting assignment. Good luck with that. That sounds great.
Thank you.
Next week, you answered a question from Rohan that I really like too. How do we determine the RPO?
Yeah, so that comes with a lot of, different ways, but how Zerto does it is basically the last write to the journal itself. Again, what makes Zerto unique is the fact that we're not necessarily sending snapshots or complete copies of data that we're being told to protect to the secondary site. We're just sending over what changes and what is most recent, so it's sort of allowing for something that is much more quicker in terms of talking over a network. So what that allows us to do is, let's say the last write was 5 seconds ago of the nearest update, then you have the 5-second RPO to roll back to. And Zerto's constantly doing that. As I showed in the demo, you can see the number of checkpoints that you're able to actually roll back to. So really the functionality is, kind of speaks for itself in that domain.
Okay. Awesome. Well, Anthony, this has been like a lightning round. Between all the questions that we've gotten through here and the ones that you've answered in chat. Really appreciate all your insights here in the Q&A. Just as a sort of closing question, if somebody wants to get started with Zerto or find out more, what do you recommend?
Yeah, I absolutely can't speak more highly about the hands-on labs. So go to zerto.com/labs. You'll find basically everything that I showed you to play with yourself. Get hands-on, sign up. It's completely free, and a great tool for those to use to want to get introduced into the service itself.
Fantastic. All right, Anthony Dutra, thank you so much for this overview of what's going on at Zerto. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of the next $300 Amazon gift card is Paul Walker from Alabama. So congratulations to Paul. We'll be in touch about getting you your card. And with that, let's move on to our next presentation here in today's Cloud Summit. This session comes from Rubrik, and presenting for Rubrik is Brian Evans, who's in product management with Rubrik. Brian, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, take it away.
Okay. So hi, everyone. Once again, my name is Brian Evans. I'm on the product management team here at Rubrik. And I'm going to spend the next 15 to 20 minutes chatting with you about obviously cloud topics, but from the Rubrik perspective, what we are most interested in is data protection and data security, which from our perspective go hand in hand. So I'm going to talk a little bit on a couple of different vectors. One is going to be about our relationship, our partnership with Microsoft, and how that informs some of the things that we do. Then I'm going to walk you through how we view cloud. Obviously, moving into the cloud, which a lot of us are doing, comes with a lot of challenges and concerns. I want to outline a few of those, and in particular, how Rubrik thinks about those challenges and how we have really evolved our data protection and data security platform to make cloud a first-class citizen. And then I'll walk you through some specifics around Microsoft 365. And in particular, obviously, a lot of companies use Microsoft 365 as one of their sort of cloud resources in the SaaS perspective. I'll walk you through sort of data protection, and in particular, a ransomware attack with Microsoft 365 as the main focus, because I think it gives a great, it's a great example of how Rubrik thinks about both protecting cloud workloads or SaaS workloads, and how through the use of Rubrik, you can really mitigate the impacts of malware attacks or ransomware attacks. So let's get started. So first and foremost, just want to spend a few minutes talking about our relationship with Microsoft, because it is significant on a number of fronts. It's been almost 2 years ago now where Microsoft recognized that Rubrik was driving lots and lots and lots of storage traffic to their platform. One of the main sort of key values that we brought to market when we first started selling 5-6 years ago was the ability to very easily archive snapshots into places like Azure, into Cloud Archive. And what they saw, what Microsoft saw, was that we were driving significant traffic, so much so that they reached out to us, we reached out to them, and we started talking about a possible partnership that focused both on the use of that storage, but more importantly, it really focused on our strategy at that point to really start talking about and implementing security. Like, data protection is still core of everything we do, but they were especially intrigued by how we were thinking about security at the point of data. So they announced, we announced together a partnership which included a fairly significant investment by Microsoft into Rubrik. But that wasn't the end of the story. I think a lot of times what you see is these partnerships, there's a big PR flurry, not much happens after that, at least nothing tangible. But in our case, there have been some significant changes in how we approach engineering and development, and how we approach sort of our go-to-market with our joint customers. We are very, very deeply integrated with the relevant Microsoft development groups and engineering groups, and that includes certainly on the engineering side for things like Azure, things like security, things like the storage teams. We meet with them on a very regular basis, and that really has benefited our 2,500 plus joint customers, very closely interlocked, and that certainly continues going forward. And what you're going to see is that really a lot of that focus is on zero trust data security. For anybody who's familiar with sort of Azure's zero trust model, Rubrik integrates into that very, very nicely in the way we approach data protection as a point of data security. And so we're very deeply integrated with all their tools, SIEM, SOAR, Microsoft Defender, and you're going to see even more offerings that are very tightly integrated along those fronts as we go forward. Now, we don't just work with Azure. Obviously, we deal with all the major clouds and all the major cloud vendors, and we're doing lots of sort of SaaS data protection and security as well. But I think looking at how we interact with Microsoft and Azure and M365 for that matter is a great way to see sort of how Rubrik views the cloud, both as an opportunity and a challenge, and how we're working to address those challenges. So that's the Microsoft piece. Strong partnership. It's going to continue, and there's some great things coming out. So stepping back for a second, what about just cloud in general? I know a lot of the reason you're here and listening is because you're sort of well into that journey into the cloud, and we've seen that certainly across the board. And if we look at it from Rubrik's perspective, which is really data protection first and then data security sort of layered on top of that as part of data protection. Really what it means is some significant challenges. Like even on-prem, where Rubrik, we got our start protecting on-premises enterprise applications, certainly with some easy archival into cloud, but most of the workloads were running on-prem. Even in that case, it can be very difficult to keep track of how your data protection sort of strategy is working, especially at scale, and certainly data security and your ability to recover from things like cyber attacks is difficult even on-prem. But as you start to move into the cloud and start to take advantage of either infrastructure as a service or platform services or SaaS, which we're all doing more increasingly over time, you start to see that the problem gets exponentially worse. How do you keep track of what's being protected? How do you keep track of the various attack vectors that bad actors have into your data and the workloads running? Because they're running everywhere, right? It's a problem that's very difficult to get a handle on. Certainly the native tools across all these different platforms and locations are all different and they all behave differently. And if you're aggressively using cloud resources, which we often are, it really becomes hard to know if your data is safe and secure from attack, right? That's really the existential problem with moving to the cloud that I'm sure many of you have seen. And so just sort of walking through it maybe in a little more detail, let's take the multi-cloud case. I think anybody who's doing this in any significant way, you're finding there's reasons to use AWS, there's reasons to use Azure, maybe even reasons to use Google, right? So you have 3 new platforms right out of the gate that you have to figure out how to protect your data, how to secure your data, how to understand what sort of data is being stored in these locations. So you immediately have a 4x problem as compared to what's going on in the enterprise. And so in order to get there, if you're just using native tools, which a lot of us do out of the gate because they're easily accessible, you potentially have 3 new sets of tools you need to figure out and understand to be able to keep track of your data. But oh, by the way, you're going to have potentially those tools running across many different accounts across those different clouds, many different regions across those different clouds. And so, very quickly, as you start to take advantage of the sort of infinite availability of resources, quote unquote, keeping track of what's in use and protecting your data as you move into all those various vectors of usage really becomes a significant issue. And keep in mind, this is still in addition to everything that you're running on-prem. So data protection and explicitly data security, the security of that data that's being protected and your ability to use those backups to actually recover from normal day-to-day backup recovery use cases, but also ransomware and malware, your ability to use all of that data becomes very, very difficult. And that's where Rubrik comes in, because when we think about how to deal with these significant problems, we do have answers. And so just a quick recap of what those problems are. Like, what's difficult about this? Number one, there is a significant increased risk of cyber attacks, right? As your surface area where your data lives, where your backups live, where your workloads live, and backups of those workloads, you obviously have many, many more attack vectors for bad actors to go after. Your data is fragmented. You potentially have a significant lack of control and understanding of even what's available in the various parts of your organization. Understanding what sensitive data is being protected and how it's accessible becomes extremely difficult. And of course, it's very difficult to keep track of all those tools. Going back to that, that diagram I just showed, using the native tools is a good idea, at least in theory, but understanding and managing all those tools across all those various environments is very, very difficult. And even understanding who's responsible for keeping backups and doing scanning for malware and things of that nature becomes very difficult in a world where, shadow IT, quote unquote, is off, spinning up workloads and spinning up data repositories very, very easily. So these are problems that are significant, and they can lead to increased risk, right? That's the big issue here. And so enter Rubrik. Like, we approach these problems from a very different perspective. Where we got our start on-prem, if you look back at our 6 years ago or so, we really came out with an extremely innovative, new, fresh way of looking at data protection on-prem. The ability to use machine learning to do very simplified data protection across all types of workloads running in the enterprise. An SLA-based model where you basically, it's a declaratory system where you say, I need this level of protection for these types of workloads, and then Rubrik takes care of everything else. And by the way, we're also able, because of some unique architectural attributes of our system, we're able to absolutely 100% secure your data and protect it from ransomware. So we have a system that makes data protection easy, makes data security built in. And we've basically taken that model that works very, very well on-prem and extended it into the cloud. Cloud becomes an equivalent first-class citizen in our system, and we provide data protection and data security at the point of data, both in the enterprise and in the cloud. And so that's a unique approach. Certainly, there's lots and lots of real-time security systems. Those absolutely need to be in place. We'll talk a little bit more about this in a few minutes about how ransomware works. But ultimately, what you also need for any secure, protected environment is the ability to recover, the ability to manage both protection and recovery as you move into these different environments. So we provide resiliency, both from attacks, but also just from day-to-day backup recovery needs at the point of data that extends to the cloud, where we support this notion of policy-driven intelligence, something we refer to internally as SLAs. You basically apply your business needs, you codify them in these SLAs, you apply them to workloads, and those workloads could be running anywhere. They could be running in the cloud, they could be SaaS-based, they could be running on-prem. You can even share those same business policies across the various different clouds. So it's super easy to get a baseline and organized and keep track of what's being protected across all these different environments. And that's the key here, right? This is a unified plane of control that applies across all the workloads in your environment, regardless of where they live. Cloud, hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, on-prem, SaaS, all covered with the same administrative management interface, all using exactly the same tools, and all basically tasked with protecting your data and making sure it's secure and always usable for recovery from malware attacks and other bad actors. So that's how we think of cloud, cloud is just an extension of your data center, and that's the way you should think of it from a protection and security point of view. So we've basically extended our on-prem model over the years. Certainly we can protect, VMs running in the cloud. We can protect, services like databases running in the cloud. We can protect SaaS applications, M365 being a big, very popular one, which I'll talk about a lot more in a minute. And it's all built around this policy-driven automation system that works across all these environments. And it, of course, comes along with some amazing security tools and recovery tools. We have the ability to scan for ransomware in all of the data under Rubrik protection. We have the ability to scan for sensitive data. A super important part of recovering from something like a ransomware attack is to understand what data has been impacted. If the bad actors are exfiltrating while they are also encrypting, which is often the way these things work, You need to know what's being impacted. You need to know how serious the breach has been. We have lots of tools and capabilities in that area, and they apply across all the different types of workloads, regardless of where they live. And we can also help you recover. We know when malware has been introduced into your system, into the data under protection. We can help you find a safe point in time to recover so you don't just reintroduce malware into your system all over again. So we have broad protection in the cloud as well as on-prem. I've mentioned Microsoft 365. We have a very growing customer base here that's protecting Microsoft 365 with our tools. We're able to recover from things like accidental deletion, which maybe is sort of the day-to-day nuts and bolts of what tends to happen. But we're also able to help significantly with things like malware attacks, where bad actors go into your Microsoft 365 system as well. So let's look at that. So as I mentioned at the top, I wanted to talk a little bit about ransomware protection. This is certainly something in the data security space where Rubrik has really evolved to be almost a data security first company. It's all built on our data protection capabilities, but really it's about securing your data and making sure it's usable for recovery when you need it, right? Which is the most important part of any backup strategy. So let's look at a ransomware attack focused very specifically on Microsoft 365. So first and foremost, the first thing that always happens is perimeter defenses are breached. I think that's one thing that's increasingly clear to anybody who's watching these sort of ransomware attacks and how they evolve and how they unfold. You have to assume that the bad actor is inside your system. We at Rubrik, we absolutely believe that these perimeter defenses are critically important. They need to be kept up to date. They need to be used in all cases. But we've also seen that inevitably those systems will fail, whether it's through human error or technology error or what have you. Eventually, these very persistent attackers will get in your system. And once that happens, you basically have to assume they have administrative access to many of your systems. So if they have administrative access to Microsoft 365, they have the global administrator. The first thing they're going to do once they get in, and again, this is very specific to a SaaS application like Microsoft 365, they're going to exfiltrate all your data and they're going to delete that data, and you will then get a message saying, there's a ransom note. We can give you your data back, but here's what we've done. And so, of course, immediately you need to figure out what to do. And in the absence of tools like Rubrik, there's a couple of things you're going to think about. First is, can I restore from my backups, right? I have a retention policy. I should be able to do that. But of course, because the bad actor had administrative access, data will automatically have been deleted. They will change your retention policies so it's no longer available. So that's not going to work. Other options are possible, like maybe you have some of the data at least under a legal hold, things of this nature, but ultimately that's not going to work at scale, obviously. And so you're going to end up in a situation where you have to pay the ransom, at least in the absence of other tools that help you sort of mitigate the situation in this case. And oh, by the way, the M365 part of this, the SaaS part of it, is only one part of the equation. Almost certainly, when your defenses were breached, they were attacking your other systems on-prem as well. I'm not going to go into the details there, but a similar scenario is going to play out on-prem, with encryption, in this case, being the main issue, and deletion of backups, et cetera, et cetera. So how does Rubrik change the game? In our case, looking at our M365 protection, we have a fully secure, hosted, account-isolated place where all of your backups are stored. So this bad actor, even though they have administrative access internally to your systems, they can't get to ours. So now we have this sort of air-gapped, account-isolated version. We can easily recover that data for you. We have rapid recovery tools built in, again, all unified into the same system that, oh, by the way, can also help you recover from the other points of entry that this ransomware attack has almost certainly taken in the rest of your systems. So again, thinking about how to recover from these attacks. Is your data secure? Is your data protected? The use of a single point of management like Rubrik really becomes critically important because you're able to use our tools, you're able to get access to the data that otherwise would not be available in your system. So that's really the sum of what I wanted to talk about. When we think about the cloud, obviously it comes with huge opportunities for this infinite availability of resources and easy accessibility, but it does come with significant challenges as you start to look at it through the lens of both traditional data protection, backup and recovery, but even more so when you look at it through the lens of data security. Like, where does your data live? Where is it available? What are the attack vectors on your data? And how do you make sure that you protect yourself from those attack vectors and ensure that you can use data, your protected data for recoveries, both in the cloud and on-prem. And we do think you should take a look at Rubrik because we have a lot to offer here. And again, some unique architectural attributes that really give us an advantage as you think about how data security and protection should work. And that's all I had. Thank you very much.
All right, great.
Any questions?
Well, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Brian. Great presentation. And I also want to say thanks for starting out with that full story about how the Microsoft partnership developed and how it's evolved. I hadn't heard a lot of that context before, and it really explains a lot about the value that you guys provide there. So yeah, really nice presentation all the way through. I do want to, and I do want to put up a poll question here about additional information that people would like about the Rubrik solution. So we'll just leave that up during the Q&A here. But Brian, the first question we have here, can protection and security policies be applied to workloads running in different clouds?
Yeah. I think I touched on this a little bit, but yes, absolutely. So we have these, business policies, if you will. You can think of them as this sort of gold, silver, bronze. How often do I need to take backups? Where do I want those backups to be archived or replicated? What's my retention policy for those backups? And many times, what we do see is that workloads running both on-prem and in the cloud have very similar requirements. And so you can define those policies and apply them to workloads regardless of where they are running. Yes. So it can be, if situations are appropriate, it can be a super simple system, and you can apply those same policies across all workloads regardless of where they live. Now, obviously, in many cases, that might not be appropriate. You might have all your, top priority workloads running on-prem with very specific SLAs, and of course, we can handle that situation as well. So super flexible, yes.
Okay, all right, super. And this next question, I'm actually going to ask for a little bit of clarification. Maybe from you, maybe you'll know this abbreviation, but it's, can my Rubrik data count against my Mac, MACC? I'm not quite sure what the Mac is, but. Yes.
So that actually goes back to the Microsoft part of the conversation with our partnership. So many customers, especially large customers, they basically have quotas of storage and resources that they have to use with Microsoft. That's part of, with Azure, essentially. That's part of their agreement and what they commit to when they get these sort of high-level agreements with Microsoft. And if you're using Rubrik, one attribute of this partnership that we have is that if you're protecting data and resources running in either on-prem or in Azure, and you are archiving them or replicating them into Azure storage, your use of that storage actually counts against your Mac, which means it really helps in making sure you meet your commitments to Microsoft that are part of that partnership. So short answer is yes, it can be used.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and you giving me that context clue, so it's Microsoft Azure consumption commitment, the Mac.
Yes, that's
I've learned
correct.
Something new today.
Rolls off the tongue.
This next one here is, if ransomware attackers have my admin credentials, can't they delete my Rubrik backups also?
Yeah, so again, that's something I at least touched on. So the answer is no. One thing that we have seen that's critically important in ransomware attacks is making sure you have not only air gapping, that certainly is important. You want to have, sort of all of your backups in a place where the attackers can't easily get to them. But you also want what we talk about is account isolation. So in this case, your backups, your M365 backups, are actually stored and protected in an account that's managed by Rubrik. So even if the bad actors have access to your global administrator accounts, which they inevitably do, you have to assume they do, they cannot get to your backups. So the recovery obviously is possible. You need to clean up your local environment. You need to get the bad actors out, obviously. But once you do all that, your backups are secure, your backups are fine, and you can easily, rapidly recover them using the Rubrik tools.
Okay. All right. Great. One thing I want to say, just a quick note: if you tried the Rubrik handouts link earlier and had a problem, thanks for letting us know about that there in the chat. That's been fixed. There's a PDF there, which is a white paper for a definitive guide to zero trust data security. It's a really nice 32-pager, deep enough to have some real detail and value that you can sink your teeth into without being a big time commitment. I highly recommend it. And you should have access to that document from your handouts now. You might have to refresh your browser to see the new version. So apologies for the technical difficulties there, but it should be all good. Brian, maybe a couple more questions here for you. One is, how can Rubrik help organizations reduce decision fatigue and choice overload when it comes to cloud products and services? One from Brandon.
Well, so in terms of core resource usage, I think one of the things that we can help with is we can take concerns around backups, data protection and data security out of the equation. Certainly, as you think about what should I be doing in the cloud and what can I take advantage of in the cloud, one of the things you should be thinking about is, how do I protect this data? How do I make sure only the right kinds of data are finding their way into the cloud or into this SaaS application? How do I analyze that? How do I protect that data? With Rubrik, that becomes a non-issue. You don't have to worry about that. You just add the cloud service or the cloud location or the SaaS into the data under management by Rubrik, and now all the protection and security becomes very, very easy. It's built into Rubrik, and it works exactly the same way you use it everywhere else in your environment. So, certainly it's still up to you to decide which cloud service is most appropriate for your business need. But then once you make that decision, the protection and security part of it becomes much easier to deal with.
Gotcha. Fantastic. And Brandon, thanks for that question. So, Brian, it looks like we're running out of time here, but just if you wanted to leave people with a takeaway or a great next step for finding out about Rubrik or getting started, what do you recommend?
So there's a couple of things. I think our website's pretty great and updated all the time, and so if you really want to get a sense of how our strategy sort of is laid out, maybe not so focused on M365, but even more broadly, I would recommend the website. It's very well organized, lots of great resources there. That's one element. The other is our user conference is coming up here in a few weeks. It's called Rubrik Forward. There's absolutely a virtual way to attend. We have things like hands-on labs, lots of content that's spans all sorts of different use cases, different types of workloads, certainly with a major focus on our messaging and strategy around data security. So that's a great option too. You can just register and take a look at any number of very specific types of information that are appropriate for what you're looking for.
All right, excellent. Well, Brian Evans, thanks for the update on Rubrik, and just great presentation. Really appreciate it, and all the insights and Q&A.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, and at this point, I'm going to be handing the reins back to Jess for our next few sessions. Jess, take it away.
Hey, Scott, happy to be back with the Rebel Alliance here. Scott, before you go, I have a very important question for you. You ready?
Uh-oh. Yes.
Scott, light side of the Force or dark side of the Force? Where are you? Where are you resonating? Light side? Oh, that was easy for you. Okay, yeah. Great. Scott, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us from the light side. Appreciate it. Okay, and I'm hearing Mark says light as well. If you want to chime in, let me know. Light side or dark side? I know it sounds easy, but guys, I've met some solid dark siders, folks who really they resonate. That Imperial March starts going and they just light right up. So think about it. Let me know. While you're thinking about that, and speaking of the light side, let's give away some prizes. So we're going to do a $300 Amazon gift card, and then I'm going to give away an Apple Watch Series 8. If that isn't the light side, I don't know what is. All right, so kicking us off, and I'll remind you again, you do need to be live here and present with us at the summit. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Daniel Cadden of Pennsylvania. Daniel Cadden of Pennsylvania. And our next winners of an Apple Watch Series 8 are going to, we've got 3 of them, Judah Davis of Texas, Alec Milner of New Mexico, and Rowan Sterling of Texas. So Judah Davis of Texas, Alec Milner of New Mexico, and Rowan Sterling of Texas have all won an Apple Watch Series 8. Congratulations to you all. Oh, Paul says gray side. Interesting. Splitting the difference, Paul. I dig it. Okay. All right. Well, let's bring on our next speaker, and we'll see where we've got, where Lance falls on our scale here. Up next, as you can see, I'm very excited to introduce you all to another Cloud Jedi here with us today, and that's Lance Shaw, Director of Product Marketing at Nasuni. Lance, thank you very much for being here with us today on this extra special Star Wars Day Summit. Very excited to hear from you and the Nasuni crew. Before you kick it off, though, Lance, light side or dark side?
Oh, you got to go. I mean, you got to go light. I mean, you know, fear is the path to the dark side, and the dark side will forever dominate your destiny once you go down that path. So I don't even think you can be on the gray side. You're already going heading towards the darkness.
That's it, Paul. You're in the darkness already, my friend. I'm sorry, and I
Paul,
feel like
whoever you are, I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thanks, Lance. I'll hand things on over to you. Take it away.
All right, very good. Hello, everybody, and it's great to be with you for the next half hour or so. Yes, so it's a great May the 4th, and I hope the 4th is going well for you. Listen, today, you know, in this summit, we're talking a lot about ways to, you know, move to the cloud, the security aspects, as you've just heard, listening to Rubrik, and all sorts of factors to consider. And what I wanted to spend the next few minutes with you talking about is around migrating your network-attached storage to the cloud. Many organizations, you know, have servers, silos, environments scattered all over the place, and there's a huge opportunity to realize additional benefits when you move to a cloud-native solution for your file data services, right? So it's and moving, you know, all of those things, and sort of, and we'll get into some of the benefits of that, of course, and why you would even want to bother to do so, right? It's kind of important. So let's dive in. So look, I'm probably preaching to the choir for many of you, but you know, when it comes to managing files, there's numerous challenges, and there are some of those challenges listed here. Probably not all, I would assume, but you know, one of the challenges is simply making sure that you're really meeting the needs of the business, because it's constantly evolving, right? There's a lot of agility required, and what you know, what we find, frankly, with many customers is they get sort of stuck in this model of having to have, you know, they've got existing silos, existing infrastructure in certain locations, and they don't have the agility they need to move data where it needs to be. The number one problem for most organizations, according to some recent surveys, is good old budget and resource limitations, right? They just don't have, you know, the budgets don't just keep on growing, as we all know, and getting the right people and making use of the resources you have to the best of your ability is a constant struggle. And as we all know, we're just talking about ransomware. Ransomware is on everybody's mind. Why is that? Well, because it's happening all the time. In fact, it's been accelerating lately. And if any of you are in the city of Dallas, you know that all too well today. And then, of course, there's just the never-ending data growth. You know, we're all going to be old and gray, and we're all going to be talking about data. It just keeps on growing, right? It's never going. I don't think I'm ever going to wake up in the morning and say, yeah, there's less data now than there used to be. It's just never going to happen. But this causes just excessive management challenges for what to do with this. How do I scale? How do I grow? And you want me to be agile at the same time? Wow. All right. So that's a lot. So, I think when many of you probably can resonate with some of these challenges with your existing infrastructure for file management and especially if you're dealing with on-prem scenarios and all of that. And, quite frankly, it's a trap, right? And I didn't give my good Admiral Akbar, I'm sorry. It's a trap, but I don't think I can pull it off. But staying with a legacy network attached storage model eventually is going to get you into trouble, right? If it's not already. It becomes a headache in terms of administrating sprawling administration just from a distributed model when you have lots of data silos out there. You've got issues with with file synchronization and moving data between locations because other teams need to see it, and there's issues with access and controls around that. One of the things that we'll talk about a little bit here is that you have just limited flexibility. You start running into limitations with the infrastructure itself, right? Number of files, number of folders, size of files, size of volume, size of directories, et cetera. And then there's the additional cost. It's not additional. It's something you always have to consider around backup software and managing that for longer-term data protection, managing separate systems for your disaster recovery models. And usually that requires duplicate systems. If you're going to follow a 3-2-1 model, you've got lots of copies of data, and it has to be separated. You want to have an air gap solution, of course, as we were just talked about in the previous session, very important. And so all of this, when you start thinking it from a file data management and file data services perspective, really starts to create a headache, right? And there's got to be a better way. So how can I start to change some of that? As you might imagine, this is as you look at ways to start to think about, gee, what can I do with my NAS environment and where can I go from a next generation perspective to start thinking about, how do I move this to the cloud and why do I do it? It's something that everyone is facing. I've already talked about massive file growth, talked about ransomware. There's access issues, of course, for all of your employees, regardless of the size of your organization. And you need to have the analytics capabilities to understand what data is where does it need to be, who's accessing it. There's compliance concerns, of course. And, as shown here from Julia Palmer at Gartner, it's becoming an urgent need in terms of being able to implement intelligent data services that are powered by software-defined storage and, and a hybrid cloud model at the very least, if not entirely cloud native. So it's definitely something that's, if it hasn't hit you or is about to hit you, if the wave is coming, it's definitely something to start considering if you haven't already. So as you look at solutions and start to think about, well, gee, why would I want to do this, right? There's I kind of bundle it into three main areas. The first is really around agility, right? Is being able to basically take the limits off, right? Don't be able to put data where you need it to be. And we talk about infinite scalability. It's, if you've been around a while, it's like, oh, that seems, is that even possible? Yeah, and it actually is, where you get into a scenario where you don't have limits on number of files, size of files, volume size, directory size, all of that. And you want to be able to use one or more clouds. Many of us are already heading down a multi-cloud path. We use different providers for different solutions, and there are economies of scale to be had with each of any of the major providers, quite frankly, whether it's Amazon, Azure, Google, IBM, you name it. There are scenarios and regional concerns to take into account where I want to use one or the other, or I want to spread things out and not worry about particular region presentation from some of these providers. And then a big thing from an agility perspective is what your end user experience is like, right? And being able to avoid file conflicts and anything to do with my collaborative teams, how they access their data, especially when we start thinking about a global environment. And it doesn't have to be global, but even if you're just, all of your offices are in the United States or all of your offices are in Europe or whatever have you, or if you do have global organizations, you probably all know it can start to get tricky in terms of how do I track who's got the file open, who's doing what, and who has access to it. It starts to get fairly challenging. The other major thing to consider is really kind of getting into the alignment with the business. We talked about the need for budget or the the lack thereof that most of us face, right? Is that I can't go in and ask for more budget for something. I need to leverage my existing budget better. I need to leverage my existing resources more efficiently. And part of that is often hampered in a NAS environment because you've as one customer put it, I'm paying for the sins of the past, right? I've got infrastructure that we've inherited, we gathered through acquisition, and I'm stuck trying to manage these various silos. And if I had to do it all over again, I would structure it entirely differently. I would pay much more attention to aligning to where the business needs information to make sure that I'd set it up to model after that, plus give myself the flexibility to adapt to a changing business environment, right? Because there's going to be another acquisition, or there's going to be other reorganization, or there's going to be restructuring, or a new business initiative will demand different levels of data access control and security. And so combining agility with a better way to align things, it's really, in fact, in some ways, some organizations have told us it's sort of like getting a fresh start, right? It's like I can plan accordingly, and I do not have to do a direct model from point A to point B and follow the exact same structure I currently have. I'm able to actually rethink it and plan accordingly and do a much better job of setting myself up for success in the future. So the last thing that would come into the equation as you think about, well, why would I migrate my NAS to the cloud, is really the fact that you can leverage the benefits of object storage to have an infinite number of immutable snapshots that can happen very frequently, and an infinite number of file versions, if I can talk here, which is and organizations definitely take advantage of this, and there are organizations out there with huge number of snapshots and file versions on individual files because there's no limits, right? Oh no, there can be if you really wanted to, but you're not inherently limited to that to those limits when you're setting it up or allowing users to do what they need to do to get things done within the business. And part of that resilient strategy, when you are taking snapshots as frequently as that, you're also going to realize some benefits in terms of how fast you can recover from a disaster, how fast you can recover from just power outages or downtime from single or multiple sites. It becomes a very quick, almost on-demand access. We talk about 15-minute on-demand. That is not an exaggeration. It can be very quick. It's not an hours and hours, days-long process to remount volumes or do anything like that. You can simply on-demand go back and recover back to where you need to be. So, and from a file perspective, because your data is living in object storage, and with that model, you're able to do exceptionally fast recovery. We've seen examples, and can have tested and shown that you can do 1 million files in under a minute, which is I think that falls under very rapid. Pretty sure that does. And then from the other thing to consider, of course, is we're all concerned about ransomware. So I also want to be able to detect at the edge. I want to have detection. I want to be able to shut down quickly and do targeted restores of files that were attacked and isolate so that I'm not affecting the rest of my business while I do a targeted restore and isolate where that came from. So there's some serious benefits of moving from a traditional network attached storage model to moving to the cloud, leveraging object storage on the back end to be able to realize a lot more flexibility, a lot lower costs of management, significantly, as I'll show you, and a level of resilience that you may not have today. All right, so those are some pretty good reasons to think about, well, why I would do that. But just to go into a little bit more detail for this crowd, because who doesn't love a fantastic chart slide, right? Is just to kind of break some of that down, where you typically see limits with traditional file systems. as opposed to leveraging a global file system. I don't think anybody's going to complain about unlimited capacity, unlimited file size, limited volumes, and at much lower storage costs if you decide to do that, and never needing to go back and revisit your backup and recovery strategy. So as an introduction to Nasuni, some of you may be familiar with Nasuni, some of you may not. Just at a high level, obviously not diving into gory detail here in a short period of time, but you can fundamentally think of a set of core services in the cloud, right? Being able to share files on demand, having built-in immutability, that built-in protection and fast recovery model. The way, as you can see from this illustration, there's edge level access to the cloud, so that is provided so that it's part of the infrastructure, so that you don't have to deal with latency issues that you might normally associate with the cloud. Obviously, you can be dealing with multiple object storage models, multiple clouds based on region or other concerns that are specific to your organization. And by doing it in this model, customers are basically, or your end users, I should say, are connecting in either via remote access or in an office, doesn't matter, to regional edge devices that are caching and providing all the information they need to be able to move data back and forth to the cloud. And so they're getting kind of that rapid performance that they're used to. So customers that are, obviously if you're moving from one system to another, you're looking for similar or better performance at the very least, right? And to be able for your end users to see, and the end users ultimately will see no change in performance, right? Which is obviously a very important aspect. So for your end users, if they're going in and suddenly things got a lot slower, they would be complaining to you, and that would not be a very good thing. So at a very high level, introductory level, there's an overview of how Nasuni breaks down a model of a centralized cloud model in a single namespace, global, with edge devices on regional or national or business model, whatever the level of flexibility you need in terms of an organizational structure to be able to provide access to that single namespace for your files. All managed by a single management console, a single pane of glass that gives you, as an IT environment, gives you a lot of centralized control. You're not managing, you no longer have to deal with a distributed file system model where you've got multiple admin consoles and, like I said, even multiple file backup and recovery consoles to deal with. It's all in one place. So let's talk a little bit about that in terms of recovery. Certainly there's the need to protect and be able to have your data, have that confidence to know that you've got the ability to go back to a previous version of a file, previous version of a volume very quickly, and you have unlimited file changes in that storage. And like as I mentioned before, then of course you also want to be able to recover those in a very rapid period of time to be able to go back and quickly get back, even if someone came through and deleted something or did even something by mistake. It's a very quick operation to recover files. So that's one aspect of it, and that's sort of built into the platform with that immutability and the infinite number of snapshot capability. And then as you can additionally, and many of our customers do exactly this, add a level of edge detection to detect live attacks, any of the suspicious activity they need to worry about, and identify where it came from, if they can, where it landed, how it got into your system, and be able to respond automatically. And that's sort of that targeted response that allow you to really shut it down at the source and be able to have a full report of what happened, so that you can stop it from happening again and mitigate any large impact on your business. So there's probably some high-level things. If you're considering moving your NAS environment to the cloud, there's a couple things to consider as you think about this. One is, quite frankly, a very important one, right, in this day and age anyway, is lowest cost and moving to a full OpEx model. There are just very strong economics in moving to object storage over traditional on-premises storage models, and even other cloud models, frankly, so that you have that flexibility, and we typically see, as I'll show you in another slide here, is we see radical improvements, or I should say cost reductions, where we have customers that are seeing like 50% reduction in cost by moving to a cloud native model. So I mean, that's a lot, right? So it's freeing up a lot of budget. It has to be, and anything you're looking at has to be simple. It has to be easy to deploy. It's got to be easy to migrate to, and easy to manage. And so, from a migration perspective, when you think about moving from your traditional NAS environment to a cloud-based one, the migration is you do have a large, let's say, planning effort that needs to go into it, because like I said, this is your chance to sort of reinvent how and where your data lives and how it's accessed and how you might want it to be structured, how it needs to be structured for the business. And then from a deployment perspective, well, obviously, that's all happening in the cloud, but you have to also think about, well, where do I want those edge devices? Do I want some of them in the cloud? Do I want some of them in regional offices? Do I need them in remote offices or branch offices for performance from those folks? And those are simply, when I say they're devices, they're literally running in virtual machines. So they're very quick to set up, very quick to add on if you need them. And, it's the kind of thing that gives you, again, a lot of flexibility as to how those virtual machines are set up and placed to provide the performance and provide the access that everybody needs. From a management perspective, you're like I said, you want to be able to move from a very distributed administrative structure where you don't want to be constantly managing. If you can reduce the number of systems you manage, quite frankly, you're going to be able to free up resources to do other things and simply manage your backup environment or manage your NAS environment, right? And any good cloud native environment like Nasuni is going to have the capability, or should have the capability. I wouldn't say that most don't actually, but you're going to have the capability to have a built-in data protection model, right? Because you can leveraging object storage the right way, you can have those take advantage of immutable objects. You can take advantage of immutable snapshots and provide a speed of recovery that was previously unavailable to you. And of course, the no limits point that I was making earlier. So moving to the cloud can be nirvana. Maybe you're not living in a cloud city, but it's a good example of a great model. Hopefully, Darth Vader is not leaving a garrison there, but you are allowed to kind of move a lot of your day in, day out management and the headaches that are associated with a local NAS system, and free yourself up to avoid having to deal with that in the future. I mentioned that there's a lot of customers have, literally thousands of customers have done this with us. Of course, that's what we're most familiar with from an Nasuni perspective. But this gives you a little bit of an example of how, when you're moving from a legacy cost model to a cloud native cost model, the savings are considerable, right? By leveraging object storage, by not having to worry about your WAN infrastructure as much, not having to worry about your backup and disaster recovery, that is a huge component. And certainly worked with lots of customers that it's a bit of a relief to be able to maybe not completely eliminate it, but you're able to, because of all the different systems you might have in place, but at very least being able to reduce the amount that you're spending from a time perspective, from a cost perspective, on sort of, shall we say, traditional file backup systems to do that. So 50% is not out of the question. We've seen it quite a bit. And, it's interesting. We talk to customers and they'll say like, well, that's awesome, but I really can't afford it right now. It's like, well, yeah, but you're paying, your existing budget is going to be bigger now because you don't have to worry about some of that. So it's a strong argument to be, from a cost perspective and a validation perspective, to be able to really free up resources, free up money to be able to do other things to support the business. So as you can see on the right, those are just a couple of examples. There are many, many large customers that with banner logos that we all know and love that have seen similar savings. So When I think about migrating and how to get from point A to point B, there's really a couple, key things. The one is, are my users going to be impacted? Are they going to see it? And the answer is no, because if you think about it, when you're moving files from on-prem to the cloud, you're doing it in a staged manner. The SUNY actually, when our professional services teams, we have lots of expertise in doing this. Like I said, we've literally done this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, and the tools and procedures and best practices to leverage. But as you move from on-premises to the cloud, you're doing it in stages, you're doing it in sequences, and you're doing it in a way that you're managing deltas along the way. So the end users basically don't see a thing, even at the final cutover phase when all is well and everything, all data has successfully been moved and updated. The users don't notice a bit of it. Right. There's a great quote here from the gentleman at TGI Fridays when they did that. Was it's basically, yeah, what are you talking about? It's already done. So, and of course, the data security along the way, part of that planning phase and thinking through the model of where data is going to go is, of course, has to account for security, and that is absolutely part of it. Obviously, any movement is fully encrypted at rest and in transit, and we have loads of additional security details for those of you that are interested in diving into the weeds on that model. But suffice to say that moving to as you're moving your data here is a completely secure model, and people always say, well, yeah, this is great. Is there a chance I might lose data? And because of the way the answer is, of course, no. That wouldn't be a very good process, and we wouldn't have that CSAT score that you see on the right. If data loss was part of the equation, that probably wouldn't happen. So that there really is no chance of data loss in this model, because you're managing the movement in segments, if you will. You can coordinate that as part of your planning process. And as you're moving the data, you're also managing the deltas, and there's a verification process. I mean, so all of that goes into this large process of making sure that it's quick to do, it's easy to do, it's a straightforward process. The customers, your customers, the end users don't notice it. There's no data loss. There's none of those issues. So it's one of those things that it definitely requires some planning. I don't want to minimize it, like, oh yeah, sure, it's easy, you do it overnight. No, it requires some planning, and in fact, you want to plan. If you were just going to, it's sort of like moving from houses, right? When I moved several years ago, you clean out, you get rid of your junk first, right? You think about where you want to put your stuff, right? And the same is true here. You're not simply going to move everything, including all the swill that you have in your attic that you haven't looked at in 20 years. You're not going to move that to your new place, probably. This is your chance to take a fresh look, throw some stuff out, put some stuff out on the curb, in that example, and move on to a better life and set yourself up for a long-term success in terms of flexibility, scalability, and certainly cost.
Hey, Lance.
Sorry
to break in here with you, my friend. And also, by the way, very much resonating with this, having just moved and living with boxes of stuff right now. But Lance, we are just hitting the end of our time here. And
I'm so sorry.
No, it happens. There's so much to cover. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to sort of leave us with a last thought, and then I'll ask you the usual wrap question. If you don't mind, I'm going to put up the poll. I'm going to jump over to that and just make sure that everyone has a chance to click on. Although actually first, Lance, sorry, I have to show your last slide because that's. But
okay,
I love that.
Yeah,
slide.
I went to the good time and trouble. Listen, but I'll wrap up. So I tend to ramble. I'm sorry about that. But
no, you're all right.
It's amazing how 25 minutes can fly by. But I will tell you this. Obviously, what additional information would you like about the SUNY solution? There's tons of information on our website, including very detailed technical papers, all that information. So if people say, where should I go next? Well, definitely SUNY.com. The graphic that you were looking at was, I said, when you finally get off of your legacy NAS system, when you move to the cloud, you may or may not get awarded a medal from a princess. You might, but you're certainly going to get the accolades of your business and your team and your management for saving a ton of money in the process and doing it in a smooth and easy way that no one even notices, and that's huge, right? So I'll leave it at that because I've gone on too long, and we can go on to the next.
I really appreciate that, and I think yes, if it's not Leia, at least the accolades from our team are worthwhile. I'll just remind everyone that poll is up there. We want to know what additional information you would like to get about the Nasuni solution. Lance, I know we're having to wrap this up pretty quickly, and there are a lot of questions in live chat. If you do have some time to stick around, it would be great to get some answers out. But for anyone that Lance doesn't get to over live chat today, please know that we will make sure your questions get to the Nasuni team, so you will get answers. Lance, you got a couple of high fives from the audience, and also I want you to know your Admiral Akbar impression was definitely appreciated, so that was well received. Well done.
Very nice. All right. Excellent.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Lance. Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
All right. Thank you.
All right, and thanks to everyone out there who took some time to fill out the poll or answered our light side, dark side question. There were some controversial opinions, including the fact that the dark side might be having a little more fun, as well as having more cookies. So there you go. Apparently the Death Star is just chock full of cookies, and that's an important distinction. We're going to move things along in just a moment, but I do need to give away a quick prize. So let's give away a $300 Amazon gift card. This is going to go to somebody here present live with us at the summit, and that is Jeff Matlock of Nebraska. Jeff Matlock of Nebraska, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. We will be in touch after we wrap. Don't forget, there's still lots more chances to win, plus that best question gift card from each session, so stay tuned for that. I'm also going to remind you to head on over to the Nasuni handout. If you haven't done so already, grab the data sheet, Data Migration with Nasuni. It's a fast, easy, secure transition to the cloud. Really interesting information, so download that now. We got a little bit of information from Lance there about some of that speed. We heard some big numbers very quickly, so dig in a little bit more with that data sheet. Make sure you've got that to read after we wrap up today. All right, well, we are going to keep things rolling along, keep the Rebel Alliance moving, or hey, if you've landed on the dark side, the stormtroopers marching. Up next with us, we have Malik Limbacha, Specialist Sales Manager Cloud at CrowdStrike. Malik, I am so happy to welcome you here to the virtual summit. It's our Star Wars edition. Feel free to let us know if you fall more on the light side or the dark side. Either way, really excited to jump in. Take it away, Malik.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and happy Star Wars Day to everybody here. So I guess I'll say I'll go with the dark side just because, as you guys said, more cookies on that side of the house.
I dig it. I dig it. Very nice. All right.
Perfect. So I wanted to do something a little bit different for you guys, right? I wanted to talk a little bit more about the problems that come with migrating to the cloud, in particular the threat actors that are targeting cloud environments. So although I'm a cloud specialist today, in a prior life I was an intelligence analyst. I worked with Fortune 500 companies building threat intelligence programs and the federal government as well. So I wanted to take some of the kind of experience we have both from my background as well as the data and expertise that we've gathered from the CrowdStrike side and share with the group some of the insights that we're seeing from the cloud threat landscape perspective, and talk at the very end about different ways in which we could potentially solve some of those problems. So I'm going to split things up into 4 kind of major categories here. First, I'll do a quick level set based off of the kind of data that we're gathering. If you leave with nothing else in this, from this conversation, we'll have all that information in the executive summary. And then lastly, we'll go through the threat landscape at large and the way forward here. So let's jump into it. One of the things that's really key about CrowdStrike, and one of the things that actually got me to come to the company, was the breadth of data that we're able to collect. We are, for those of you who do not know about CrowdStrike, we are primarily an endpoint company. We have agents deployed all throughout the world, sitting on cloud workloads, sitting on endpoints, sitting on servers, and all of that telemetry is beaconing back to ourselves into our intelligence graph to be able to understand what the adversary is actually doing. Every day, we're able to actually see specific threat actors typing in commands on individual machines, and we're able to take all of that information, layer it back out into particular adversarial groups, and start to understand their tactics, techniques, and motivations. With this, right, we're able to combine that entire collection process across multiple different streams. Not only do we have that agent-based collection that you see here over on the left-hand side of the screen, but we're also able to combine that in with incident response data. We have a gargantuan malware and forensics pipeline that feeds into this as well. We have a human intelligence team that's able to jump into criminal enterprises and understand what adversaries are doing in that environment. And then at the same time, we're able to combine all this with open source information to be able to create the most holistic understanding of the threat landscape possible. From here, we're able to split all of these different adversaries that we're able to track into three kind of higher motivational categories. The first being nation states. So these are the bears. We call them based off of all animal-based nomenclature. So you might have heard of Fancy Bear in the past. So the bears are Russian nation state. There are the pandas, which are Chinese nation states, etc. E-crime, so those that are financially motivated are going to be called spiders, and the hacktivists in the room are going to be called jackals. So let's take a look at what we understand. At the highest level, there are two different trends that we can identify from the cloud threat landscape perspective. The first here is the problem of volume. So what you're seeing here on the screen here today is not a graph of all the detections and preventions that CrowdStrike has seen across workstations, servers, and cloud workloads. This specifically is a graph of the creme de la creme of that data. This is a graph of all the hands-on keyboard intrusions that we have seen over time. And what we have seen here is this massive spike, right? In a 2-year time span from about 2019 to 2020, we saw, or the end of 2020 rather, we saw about a 300% increase. But what happened right at the end of 2020? We saw COVID happen, right? Everybody split to the wind, and the cloud business really took off at this point. A lot of organizations started moving into the cloud estate. And in less than 2 years, we saw about a 500% increase in the volume of telemetry from these hands-on keyboard-related attacks. The second problem here is the problem of sophistication. So one of the interesting metrics that we track is this metric called breakout time. So breakout time is the time at which it takes an adversary to move from initial access to lateral movement within a particular environment. When we first started tracking this metric, it was about 10 hours back in 2018. And then when we bring that back down to today, it went down to about 1 hour and 24 minutes. Part of what's driving this too is this shift of adversaries, TTPs, towards malware-free attacks. In 2020, when we started tracking this data, it was about a 50-50 split. And then in 2021, it grew by 10% to 60-40. And then in 2022, when we broke it out again, it split again to about 70-30. So let's get a little bit deeper into the cloud-specific threat landscape. So what we are seeing here today, if you guys have seen CrowdStrike's 2023 Global Threat Report, is this breakout of cloud-conscious adversaries, where we're seeing a 95% increase year on year of observed cloud exploitation by adversaries that we track. So this means a couple of different things, right? Not only are we seeing adversaries specifically targeting cloud workloads, but we are also seeing adversaries land on workstations and servers and then start doing discovery into the cloud estate, stealing credentials, stealing data, and moving laterally. So a great example of one of these different operations, right, specifically targeting the cloud workloads, was a crypto mining operation that we identified from the Lemon botnet mid last year. So what we were able to identify in this particular operation was that this botnet was specifically going after a misconfiguration in Docker. So there was an exposed Docker API at this point, which allowed rogue containers to be deployed. From there, the adversary was able to download a crypto mining payload, disable cloud monitoring tools, and do a lot of discovery on the host that they landed on for SSH keys to go move laterally. Now, what this shows us from a cloud perspective is that cloud attacks affect both the control plane and the data plane. Now, I'm biased here, right? I'm from CrowdStrike, but I absolutely buy into the visibility argument. From a blue team and from a defensive posture perspective, more visibility for security teams is absolutely key. And today, if an organization only has visibility into the control plane, we're missing half the picture. Organizations need the ability to pivot directly from the data plane to the control plane and vice versa, right? That's the only way that organizations can get the best handle on their cloud estate from a security perspective. So let's break this out a little bit more from a statistical point of view. If we take a look at all of the different hands-on keyboard attacks that we've seen, and we break all of those different TTPs down by the MITRE ATT&CK framework, what we see is something like this. Everything that you see in dark red are those that are of highest prevalence when it comes to the attacks that we've seen from a hands-on keyboard perspective. And if we simplify that down to just what is happening within the cloud environment, let's take AWS particularly, for example here, based on our telemetry, about 70% of all of the cloud intrusions that we've seen come from valid accounts and the exploitation of publicly facing applications, thus showing us the need, one, for better IAM control within the cloud estate, but also the ability, or the necessity rather, for organizations to shift security left within the development process and identify vulnerabilities before they even hit runtime. Or at the very least, right, identify when at runtime those vulnerabilities exist when they are net new. So overall, right, threat actors aren't necessarily just starting from initial access. They're moving all the way down to lateral movement very, very quickly, showing us and linking back to that breakout time statistic that we had talked about earlier. So then the question also often comes here, since about 50% of the different intrusions that we've seen come from valid credentials, where the heck are they actually even coming from? So there's kind of three really big buckets that we can talk about. Number one is kind of the phishing and spam campaigns that we know and love. These are the ones that everybody, I'm sure today, has seen and received training on. Second here are the brute forcing attempts. This is something I see every day. Every single day from a telemetry perspective, there's always an intrusion somewhere because somebody exposed RDP to the internet and a threat actor was able to brute force that password. But the third, and the one that I think is most important here, is the access broker related threat. This is the economy the economy around access brokers is exploding currently. There's a massive underground market when it comes to these sorts of credentials and access, both private and public. So to give you a quick example of that, let me see if I can make this pop out. Yes, there we go. So to give you a quick example of that, up on the screen here is actually a listing from a underground marketplace called Omago Shop that lists credentials for sale from cloud service providers. This one here is specifically focused on an AWS account, but they sell credentials across the spectrum. This is coming from our Recon module. We've seen multiple different organizations actually utilize these as well. Not only have we seen e-crime actors utilize this, but we've also seen nation states as well. Another really key aspect of how these threat actor organizations get this data is through third-party package use. So specifically, there was kind of two different packages that we identified in mid last year that were compromised by a threat actor. Essentially, a domain had expired, the threat actor had re-registered the domain underneath themselves, and through that, they were able to get access to the package maintainer's backend. And from there, they were able to inject code that was able to programmatically steal AWS credentials. From there, we saw that when this was pushed out, there were about 30,000 installations of this malicious package. So they were able to programmatically gather all of these and then sell them across the access broker marketplace. The second key piece here, right, is again with the statistics that we talked about earlier, was around cloud vulnerability exploitation. So this is specifically focused on all of those different vulnerabilities that we could see within not just packages, but within images as well, that were specifically founded and pushed into the runtime by unsuspecting developers that then get exploited in the wild by adversaries to get that initial foothold. The next really interesting way, and one of the interesting stories that we can tell about this is a intrusion by Scattered Spider. So Scattered Spider is a group that is specifically focused on BPO and telecom companies. They've expanded as well into attacking technology companies as well, but they demonstrated a really high level of proficiency with Linux lateral movement in about November of last year. And this particular incident actually affected the victim's AWS environment. And in this case, the adversary achieved initial access by exploiting a particular vulnerability in OpenAM, which is a single sign-on platform, through a Java deserialization vulnerability, which allowed really trivial remote code execution via a single request to the server. The adversary then deployed linpiece to do privilege escalation, and then they used curl to retrieve credentials from the IMDS API through AWS. And then once they got all of that data, they were able to use cat and grep to go search for credentials in those files, and then move laterally through Amazon's system manager agent as well. There's another example of this as well from the Shiny Hunters group. So this was from last year as well, and this actor purportedly was part of the kind of Shiny Hunters gang. They, again, exploited a vulnerability that was against an AWS-hosted web server to steal temporary credentials from the IMDS. And then from there, they were able to list accessible secrets from the AWS Secrets Manager. And then from there, they were able to start jumping into the S3 bucket objects that existed within their environment, downloaded all of that data, emailed the company, said, hey, we're going to ransom you for this. And when they didn't pay up, they leaked all of that data on a public forum. There's another kind of aspect of this as well. That's the exploiting container misconfigurations. These are kind of one of the things that we see happening most often, or something that's most talked about in the industry. It links very similarly back to that lemon duck example that I talked about before. I won't spend too much more time talking about this, since I know we have a good amount of time here, but I don't want to take up too much of it to go through something that I already have. But one thing I did want to go through was how nation states are also kind of abusing the cloud estate. So one really interesting example of this was actually during what we call the Stellar Particle campaign associated with the Russian nation state. In this particular case, the actor was able to get admin access into a victim's environment through a supply chain compromise. And then from there, they were able to re-authenticate to a SSO provider using a authentication cookie that was stored in Chrome. Once they were able to re-authenticate, they basically had keys to the kingdom at that point, and they were able to go and ruffle around into the cloud estate of the victim in this case. Now, let's talk about the way forward here. We talked a lot about the different stories associated with the different threat actors that are targeting cloud environments. We talked about the statistics associated with these groups as well, and kind of the high-level understanding that we understand from a threat landscape perspective. But what do we do to kind of solve these problems? How do we make the adversary's job even harder than it currently is today? And for that, I'm going to talk about CrowdStrike's own cloud security module. And the reason why I wanted to talk about the adversary first here is because the way in which we built this module is specifically focused and tailored to what we see adversaries do every single day. So the first piece of the puzzle here is visibility. How can we give our clients the best visibility across their cloud estate, whether they're using AWS, Azure, GCP? How do we take all of that and build that into a single pane of glass and help an organization understand, both from a compliance standpoint And from a misconfiguration standpoint, what specifically is happening there? How can we identify that posture management across their cloud estate? The second piece here is on the image security side of the house. This is where we're able to take all of those shift left capabilities and integrate them into the process from an agentless perspective. Being able to integrate into image registries, being able to give developers a tool to be able to go and scan their own images on their own workstations, being able to do dynamic container analysis, to be able to understand whether or not something is actually running and becoming malicious 5-6 minutes after it's launched in runtime. The next piece of this is from an automation perspective within Kubernetes, right? How can we help an organization identify rogue containers or container drift or misconfigurations within Kubernetes as a whole? But one of the really key pieces for us, particularly at the control plane, is building this kind of detection and response capability into our product as well. So what this allows us to do is it allows us to take what we call toxic traits, match them together, and allow us to take those misconfigurations that could exist on their own and bubble up those things that matter most to the end user and say, hey, here's what we need to focus on first. And then lastly, and kind of the key point that really creates a holistic CNAPP solution here is the integration of the agent into all of these agent and agentless capabilities. So if you are a CrowdStrike customer today, for example, we use that same agent across all of the different cloud workloads and containers that you have, and use that to be able to detect and prevent malicious activity, and at the same time, link it and integrate it directly into the posture management and control plane side of things as well. So I'll end you off with a thought, right? A server today is a cloud workload tomorrow. It pays to get ahead of this game. We're seeing adversaries move more and more and more into the cloud environment. It's something very similar to what we saw with kind of ransomware as a whole, right? They started off with Windows, moved very quickly to Linux. Now they are going after VMware ESXi environments, right? So there is a high degree of sophistication and a high degree of will from the adversary to be able to move into the cloud space. As a mentor of mine once said, the adversary is a mirror of ourselves with a little bit of a time delay. So with that, I think I've hit 21 minutes, which I think was probably the fastest that I've ever ran through this.
Yeah, you nailed that, man. Nice job.
Perfect. There we go. Awesome. Cool.
Turns out the dark side wins today. All right, Malik. Well, you can see up on the slide or the screen here that I have put up a poll for all of you, and what we are wondering is what additional information you would like to get about the CrowdStrike solution. So, as Malik just said, we just had 21-ish minutes of information, and there is so much more to cover, and there are so many more cool graphics to look at from CrowdStrike, which I know is a big point that we all want to spend more time with. So click on the poll right now and let CrowdStrike know how they can follow up with you, what information you need, and make sure that you've got that information coming your way. While you're doing that, Malik and I are going to get into a few of your questions. You ready for that?
Yep, let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. I want to start with this one here from Rob. Does CrowdStrike have the ability to monitor the dark web for intellectual property of their customers and alert them to potential breaches in real time?
Yes, we do. There is a module that we have called CrowdStrike Falcon Recon, which does exactly this. It takes all of that human intelligence that we are gathering on a consistent basis and pulls that into a data lake that customers then have the ability to create rules on. So that way you can see whether or not there are credentials being leaked. You can see if there are type of squatted domains associated with your parent domain getting stood up. You can see if people are talking about you on the open, deep, and dark web. But we actually take that a step further too, and we manage that whole process. So having actually been in that space before prior to CrowdStrike, one of the key challenges that I've seen customers say is, all right, that's awesome that you guys can do this kind of capability. Now I need someone to manage all the different alerts that are coming out of it. About 30 to 40% of these are false positives or somebody's just talking about us in a non-malicious circumstance. can you manage it for us? And we absolutely can. So that's a service called Recon Plus that we attach onto Recon.
Okay, question here from Brandon. How does CrowdStrike integrate with other cloud platforms and tools?
Great question. So we are pretty agnostic when it comes from an agent-based perspective. So everything from, as long as we can support that OS from an agent-based perspective, we should be good to go, whether you're using Red Hat, Ubuntu, Windows, doesn't really matter. We can throw the agent on there and start pulling data from it. And then we can start to pull information from the containers that are created on that host as well, directly into the platform. Now, from a posture management perspective, we work primarily with AWS, Azure, and GCP. Those are the primary providers that we use at the control plane level. So in general, right, those are the different kind of places in which we play in. I will say also we do support serverless infrastructure. So if you're a customer that uses something like AWS Fargate, we do have the ability to deploy our sensor to those workloads as well.
Okay. Does Falcon also protect endpoints against the same exploits, leveraging the same corpus of exploit knowledge seen in the cloud, or are they independent solutions?
They are not independent solutions. They are the same. So the agent that we are deploying at let's just say the workstation or server level is the same agent that we are deploying at the workload level in the cloud. That it shares the same DNA at the end of the day, right? If we see exploitation happening across our entire data set, and this is where the crowd in CrowdStrike really comes in. If we start seeing that happen, we're able to very, very quickly create detections around that for our entire customer base, and then use that to inoculate the entire customer base from a particular exploitation. We actually saw this with Log4j, for example. We saw a Chinese nation state before this was actually disclosed, start exploiting at that point a unknown vulnerability. And then we were actually able to identify what they were doing after they got onto the system. And from there, we were able to build detections around that kind of behavior. So long-winded way of answering yes.
Well, and a great answer. I have to ask this one, Malik. Justin is wondering if the Empire would have deployed CrowdStrike, would it have prevented the rebels from getting the schematics for the Death Star?
Oh, absolutely. But we would not sell to the Empire. I'll say that. We're only going to sell to the rebels.
Solid answer. Much appreciated. Okay, we are going to have to wrap things up pretty quickly here. Before we go, though, actually, Pete says great question. And I do want to let you know you got a few high fives on the graphics. Everyone's a big fan. We did get one person chiming in to say they're a bit scary, which I agree with. They are a bit scary. Okay, the last question that I just want to ask, because you mentioned agent a few times, is CrowdStrike agent-based, agentless, or both?
Both. So we have capabilities across the spectrum, which is why an organization really needs both data plane visibility and control plane visibility. The only way that you can get data plane visibility within and understand what is happening within the container environment is by deploying an agent. So from there, we're able to take all of that data and then combine it in with all the agentless capabilities that we have integrating in with a cloud service provider like AWS, Azure, or GCP. But at the same time, there are agentless capabilities built into our cloud security module. For example, like all the different shift left capabilities that we have from image security and that sort of thing.
Perfect. All right. Well, a great question to end on, and I wish we could keep going, Malik, but I think we will have to leave it there. Before you walk away, though, and the Imperial March starts playing as you head off with the stormtroopers, what is the first step to getting started with CrowdStrike if somebody out there is ready to jump in?
To be honest, just reach out, right? If you're already a customer today, I see that there's a bunch of people who already are. Reach out to your account management team and explore what cloud security might look like for you. There's a wide variety of different benefits here, to potentially even switching some of your endpoint licensing to cloud licensing to get and take advantage of all of these different features. If nothing else, feel free to contact CrowdStrike through the web portal. And if you ever want to get in contact with me personally, just find me on LinkedIn. My name is super long and complicated. So toss that into the LinkedIn search bar and shoot me a message. Happy to help out however I can.
I love a good super long and complicated name. Molly, thank you so much for being here with us today. It's been so much fun chatting with you, and I know the audience really appreciates it as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy to help. Good to speak to you all.
All right, and to everyone out there who took some time to answer the poll question, I appreciate that. This is a great way to make sure that you get the follow-ups that you need. Obviously, there's lots more to cover today, so, and we're covering a lot of information in a short period of time, a relatively short period of time. So you're going to forget some of it, and clicking on these polls is a great way to make sure that you get those memory jogs after we wrap. Now, another great way to do that is to click on the Handouts tab. So be sure that you head over to the Handouts tab and grab that CrowdStrike data sheet on Falcon Cloud Security. It's think it, build it, secure it. You can get to know all the benefits, the purpose, the mission, dig in a little bit more to some of the details that we just covered with Malik. All right, while you're doing that, I'm going to give away another $300 Amazon gift card, and our next gift card to someone here live with us in the audience is going to go to Todd Dorsey of Nebraska. Todd Dorsey of Nebraska, congratulations. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap the summit. Now, don't forget, there are still a few more chances to win. We've got a couple more prizes to give away, plus that best question gift card from each session. So every time you ask a question, you are entered to win. Great questions only. Although I have to say, I'm accepting Star Wars puns in these questions categories as well today. Well done. All right. Well, we're going to keep things moving along to another Jedi Cloud Master here. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce you all to our very next presenter in today's virtual summit. Up next, we will be chatting with Gabe Schuyler, Solutions Engineer at Wiz. Gabe, thank you so much for being here, for joining us today on the virtual summit. I am so excited to spend a little bit of time with you and with Wiz today, so I will hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, Gabe.
All right, thank you very much. Let me introduce myself, Gabe Schuyler. I'm actually a solutions engineer here at Wiz. So I've got plenty of experience with the cloud. What I'm going to walk you through is a couple of situations that we've seen and ways to defend against cloud. By way of introduction, prior to this, I've been at a couple other companies, including Puppet Labs, where I learned all about automation. Sony PlayStation. I'm in the credits of about 20 different video games. So I've been doing stuff for a while here. So here's where we'll start, is really talking about complexities, the growth of the cloud, and a few actual specific threats. Let me let you finish reading this a little bit as I go, but what we will be doing is we'll be covering some supply chain risks, some data exposure, we'll be looking at lapses, and then we'll try to summarize it all up for you. But I've got 3 examples here to go through. So we'll be running through cloud environment targeting, data exposure, supply chain risks, and we will start with cloud environment targeting. This is really interesting development, is that we're, as we're all starting to move towards the cloud, the bad guys are moving there too, often with quite a bit of automation involved. And so it's important to know kind of how these things creep up on you. From what we've seen, the way that Lapsus likes to work is to compromise users. Now, what's interesting is that they're compromising credentials. So it could be phishing, could also be that credentials have been left somewhere. And then from there, they'll move laterally. They will look for unpatched apps, gather secrets, try to elevate privileges. What's really disappointing is that they're exploiting unpatched applications, things that have been sitting around for quite a while. And I personally think there's no real excuse for still having Log4Shell these days, but so many people do. And that's one of the things that we're seeing. And whether or not the press release says sophisticated unauthorized party or not, a lot of this stuff is just simple hygiene. So from there, from compromising to then exploiting, What these teams are then doing is hitting up internal resources so they can pull stuff out and so that they can ransom you for that. So we've got a number of examples here on this slide of folks who had this exact pattern. What's interesting to note about the cloud is that we really are in a new world here where identity is what matters. There's, we have a history of defending the network and hoping that defense of the network will keep us secure. And in the on-premises world, that was true in a lot of cases. But in the cloud, we have stuff, we have just so much more access to services, that we have so much more access to ways to break trust. One of the things we're also seeing is that examples of how to build stuff in the cloud leave things pretty wide open. We've got the oldies but goodies, of course, of things like SSH keys getting compromised, RDP access being open, but more and more we're seeing actually people steal cloud keys. Sometimes that's because they've breached a Bastion host that has, cached credentials on it from the AWS command, for instance. Other times they're spotting them when they're checked into version control accidentally and pushed to someplace like GitHub. Similar to access tokens and database connection strings, these just accidentally end up on workloads and they are reused by attackers. So you can imagine it's by design often that, of course, an application needs to be able to connect to the database, but the question is how you get that in there. Are those credentials in a config file in clear text, or are they in a key vault? You want to pay attention to that and secure things down as much as possible. So the key lesson, of course, is attackers will attempt to assume initial access. That's really the front door there for this situation, is to watch out for initial access and to recognize that it's not all over a network. Things like cloud keys can be used against public APIs of the clouds without traversing a network that you control. Here's where you might start. So I'll show you the threat. I'll show you some of the solutions. Multi-factor authentication is absolutely essential. I think folks are starting to adopt that anyway because their insurance policies are requiring it these days. It is also essential to revoke unnecessary permissions. As I was saying, example code, those tend to be a little more open. And so you will see that some sample infrastructure as code gives an asterisk to the IAM permissions. What you want to do is limit that down. Rotating access keys. This is a useful housekeeping and safeguarding your workloads from authentication methods that are risky. So be on the lookout, particularly for things like RDP, and be on the lookout for the combination of factors where, for instance, a Bastion host has RDP open on it, and it has some permissions that are a little too big, and it's not requiring MFA, and it's maybe got some cloud keys hiding somewhere. You've got to look for your secrets. Those may be SSH keys, they may be tokens from running command line utilities against the cloud. All right, data exposure. This is an interesting one. And our threat research folks have actually done some research on this. Exposing an S3 bucket with a common name gives you about 7 hours before the hackers find you. So if you've misconfigured a bucket, they're enumerating DNS, they're using commonly used names, they'll spot you after a little while. Having a bucket open that then you, quote, accidentally check into GitHub, you've got about 13 hours. This really speaks to the increasing automation of these types of attacks, is that there's a whole industry of initial access, and there's a whole subset of the criminal underground that's looking just for data, especially. So what we're finding is that plenty of people have databases that are publicly exposed. They may be doing authentication just fine, but they are publicly exposed, and so you want to keep an eye on your cloud estate and make sure that you don't have anything that's wide open. So here's where we can go from here is that unintended misconfiguration is the key here. You accidentally leave a bucket open. It doesn't even take a hacker to figure that out. It just takes somebody who can run a script. It's very, very simple to do these days. Self-hosted databases, ones that you've just got on a server, those will often actually not be something that you're aware of even. Developers or QA or somebody will borrow a system just to try one thing, and then they'll leave it out there. So make sure you're looking for databases, not just buckets and databases that are cloud native, but also ones that are hosted on systems. And the configurations on PaaS-DB services can be misleading. They definitely can. They err towards being pretty wide open. So you'll want to limit things down, at least by IPs, definitely by identity, so that you're limiting who can actually get there. They tend to be really wide open. What can you do? Well, visibility is really the key. Get visibility of databases and buckets. Validate what's in them. So an open bucket that doesn't have anything in it, not so interesting. Validate it. Make sure that you're concentrating on the things that are real first, and then cleaning up with the housekeeping later. You will need to know what's going on in your environment a little better, and track where your data is. So it is very useful to be able to say, hey, I've got production data and it showed up in development, and be able to compare things like that and say, yes, these look like the same data set. Fun story is that I have seen folks trying to debug a situation from production, and they couldn't reproduce it in development, but they had a hunch that if they transferred the production database and then messed with that, they'd be able to actually reproduce it. So they did, but unfortunately left everything wide open, and folks just came right in. Here's the star of the hour these days is supply chain attacks, and I'd like to give you a little bit of information about those. Get you a little safer here. The way the supply chain attacks work that I think most folks know is that a third party's resources get infected, and then somebody uses those. We've seen that in a few attacks. We've definitely seen it in SolarWinds types of situations a few times lately. It seems to be sort of a trend. So you do have to keep an eye on third-party resources, and as much as possible, understand what's in them and what components make them up. And we have plenty of examples of that. Tons of folks that are having issues, whether malicious or not, are running into issues. So you gotta keep an eye on those. One of the interesting ways to think about supply chain risk in the cloud is to realize that there are actually two real concerns going on here. But the third-party vendors do have access to you. We can't build everything ourselves. We need third-party vendors, but we're giving them both permissions to the cloud and borrowing code that they're using, and then we're deploying it to the cloud. So I think it's essential to understand what your third-party vendors are doing. By way of example, we have several telecom companies lately who had vendors who were allowed to see billing information, and the telco had a leak not because they leaked something, but because the third party did. The third party got hacked. They had open access. So make sure to ratchet down permissions wherever you can. Make sure to trim permissions whenever you see difference between what's needed and what's actually being used. So, quick checklist for some defense is make sure you keep an eye on your third-party access. You will have cloud resources that need to be accessed by third parties, and often over the cloud APIs. So you'll have to have this stuff, but you'll need to keep some visibility on it. You've got to patch this. I see this far too many times that folks they'll use the cloud service provider's official images and deploy those, and then just kind of assume that they were secure. Even at the start, some of them are not secure. And even later on, when we look at things like the attack against Azure's OMI agent, sometimes you don't even know that you have the vulnerable components on your systems at all. So it's up to you. And as I was saying 2 risks ago, it's up to you to patch these things. And unfortunately, in the field, I'm seeing a lot of missing patches, particularly on appliances. When a vendor has supplied you with a virtual appliance, and then they won't patch it. So key to keep things patched and key to keep visibility to understand where third parties are in your environment. And then you really do have to understand what you're hosting. So those virtual machines, containers, serverless functions, those you have to keep an eye on. Summarize a little bit here. For a lapsus style attack, you've got to watch your identity. That's where things are going to come in. Data exposure, you've got to look at your buckets and your databases. Make sure you understand what's in them and who's got access to them. And then we've got supply chain attacks of both software and identity. You're going to want to scan your software and look for vulnerabilities in your software. You also need to keep an eye on identity and make sure that third-party permissions are slim enough and also that they are necessary at all, that the trust is necessary at all. Here's where our data comes from, is actually the Wiz Cloud Threat Research Team. They do a lot of really good work. The nice thing is they do a lot of good work and they're friendly. So when you go to trade shows and you see a bunch of people talking about cloud threats, those researchers they don't care who they work for or where they come from. They'll all be huddled together talking. It's a very collaborative community, and our threat research team is no exception to that as well. And then by way of also introduction, I will show you how to kind of a way to look at some of this stuff is make sure you've got a view of your inventory. Make sure you know everything that you've got, cloud native and also hosted, to a real good approximation so that you know everything that's out there. And I think folks will agree that we're into the era of the CNAPP, the Cloud Native Application Protection Platform. It's critical to correlate things. I've heard that a couple of times actually already. Is to correlate risk so that you know where to really start. So you want to look for things like an exposed instance. So you want to look at your cloud security posture management at the same time as you're looking at workload protection, at the same time as you're looking at identity and data. To pull those things together, there's just so much alert fatigue right now. And this is the way that the industry seems to be headed. Make sure that you've got policies to cover everything you want, compliance to cover everything you want. and some tools to do that. This happens to be Wiz. There are other tools that do this as well, both closed and open source. So it should be easy enough to get started, even if it's on the cheap and you have to do some of the hooking together of the chewing gum and baling wire on your own. And with that, I will happily take questions. Who's got questions?
Thanks, Gabe. That was awesome. I like that little tiny mini sneak peek demo right at the end there, little teaser trailer. That was great.
Good.
Gabe, I have put up on the screen here for everyone out there a poll question. And what we're asking for all of you out in the audience today is what additional information you would like to get about the Wiz.io solution. So obviously, Gabe is just scratching the surface, and he's given us a lot of information in a short period of time. You're not going to retain it all, and it's, ending a long day here. So this is a great way to make sure that you get the information that you need to kind of jog your memory a little bit later on. So click on the poll right now and let Wiz know what they can send your way, how they can follow up with you so that you can get the info that you need. While you're doing that, Gabe and I are going to answer a few questions. You ready to jump into those, Gabe?
Yep, I'm ready.
Ready to rock. Okay. I want to start with this one because I think it's an important one. What is the best advice that you would be able to give someone who is looking to improve their cloud security posture?
Ooh, interesting. Well, fundamental to maturing your cloud practice, of course, is getting visibility, making sure you know everything that's out there, making sure that you know what's running on systems, because you've got the whole shared responsibility model where the cloud providers say, hey, we'll keep things running, we'll keep the credit card machine swiping, and it's your job to secure what you've got out there. Not my favorite attitude from a vendor, but there you have it. And visibility is essential to that. You've got to start there. Coming from Puppet Labs, I would say automate as much as possible too, because I, for one, welcome our robot overlords.
Well, and I think that's that's an important place to get started. There is to do something kind of starts with that visibility. So I'm glad that you've mentioned that. I'm wondering, we had a question that came in early on saying, some folks in the audience may be feeling a little bit of, hey, there's a lot of great solutions here and there's a lot of great solutions in the market, and it can be hard to know how to start to differentiate. So I'm wondering if you could give us that insight for Wiz. What really makes you and your solution stand out in your mind?
Okay, yeah, that's a really good question. What makes us stand out, and probably a couple of other people out there in the field too, and Gartner will tell you as well, is the consolidation into a platform. I think is really essential. The analysts seem to think it's pretty essential too, is that in sort of first generation tools, you would see cloud security posture management in one tool, cloud workload protection in another tool, identity in another, data in another, and you didn't have the context to correlate those and say, okay, what's actually risky? To say, okay, I've got this vulnerability on 100 systems, but only 30 of them are actually exposed to the internet, and only 10 of them have access to personal information. And then of those, maybe 3 of them have high permissions that they don't need. I need to concentrate on those and then branch out to get the rest of them. And that's what a CNAPP, Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, is going to do for you.
Okay, I think that is a great standout piece there. Last question that I'm going to sneak in here before we run away. There's a lot of change. Obviously, the industry is changing all the time, and needs, so both from the end users and from inside the industry here. What do you see is really driving change in security? And is there sort of a top trend or key risk that you'd want us to have on the radar as we're planning ahead for the future?
Sure. Let me start with the key risk. Key risk is really, according to pretty much everybody I talk to, is misconfiguration of cloud resources, because you're brand new to it, and you just don't know. It happens. You just need to get a grip on it. What's driving this, I think, is these high-profile data breaches. There's something that companies don't want to lose goodwill over that. I think we've all probably banked enough free ID protection over all the breaches that have happened that we'll never need to ever buy it in our lifetimes. And I think that's probably partially what's driving it. Also, what's amusingly enough, well, it's not amusing, interestingly enough, driving this is insurance policies are refusing to cover some of the bigger threats. They'll happily consider a ransomware gang from another country to be an act of war, and so they'll take that out, or they will demand that you use multi-factor authentication, otherwise they won't cover you. So I think, as in all modern things, money seems to be the thing that's driving it. Is try to not lose it.
Boy, yeah, that is a unfortunate and universal truth. Gabe, I wish we could keep going, but we are going to have to leave it there. I'm wondering, before I have you take off, though, could you let everyone in the audience know, in terms of a first step for getting to know Wiz, spending a little bit of time with the Wiz.io solution, what would you suggest is the first step to getting started?
Step one to getting started, of course, is to come to the website, which is just wiz.io. There is a button to get a recorded demo. That's a great way to start. Also, a good way to get started that has very little to do with us is to study up on CNAPS and study up on some of the cloud threats out there, so that you know what you want to ask for when you go for a real demo, and then ask us for a demo. I personally love giving demos, so the more the merrier. I think that's a fun way to get started.
I like that idea. That's really cool. All right. Well, Gabe, thank you so much for being here to chat with us today. It's been a lot of fun, and I know we've all learned a lot. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for your attention. Appreciate it.
And thank you to everyone out there who took some time to click on the poll. Again, a great way to make sure you get the follow-up you're looking for. I do also want to suggest that you head on over to the Handouts tab, download the Wiz Solution Brief, your blueprint for reducing cloud risk. And it starts with a question. And the question is, if you had 1 hour, how would you materially improve your cloud security posture? That is a great question, a great place to start. And so there's that question and then some great answers for you right there in that handout. So be sure that you've got that solution brief downloaded and saved before we wrap up today. All right, and while you're downloading that solution brief and clicking on the poll, I'm going to go ahead and give away a $300 Amazon gift card to a lucky attendee who's live here with us at the summit today. Our next winner is Peter Lai of California. Peter Lai of California. Congratulations to you, Peter. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap the summit today. Now, don't forget, there are still lots more chances to win, or at least a few more chances to win, plus that best question gift card from each session. So keep those questions coming in. All right, well, we are going to keep zipping right along. Now, I know it's been a long day. There's been a lot to cover here. I hope everyone's kind of taking some time to stand up and stretch as we go through. I'm doing it. I'm dancing around at my standing desk right now, getting the blood flowing and back in my limbs. And speaking of that, as we move into our next presentation here, we're going to shake things up a little bit. So I'm going to hop on camera in just a moment here, but I want to introduce our guest speaker who's going to be joining me. And up next in our exciting summit, we will be chatting with Yuval Yatskan, the Senior Director, Solutions and Product Marketing, Secure Access Service Edge, or SASE, at Cisco. Yuval and I are going to shake things up a little bit in terms of our format, so just give me 1 second, and I'll be right back out with you. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun because today we get to have a bit more of an interactive session. I'm going to throw some questions your way, Yuval, and we will chat them through together. And I want to start with the basics. So we've been hearing a lot about digital transformation and how it's been accelerating for years. How has that trend added to the complexity of IT environments, and what challenges is that posing?
Actually, I think it's a wonderful question. I wanted to start from interesting research that I came across from McKinsey, I want to say last year, but I think it's still very relevant. And in that research, they pointed that the digital acceleration, in other words, the portion of products and services that are now being digitized has increased tremendously, where actually they point to anywhere between 6 to 10 years of a leap, if you will, in comparison to pre-pandemic. That means that, in other words, it would have taken us 6 or 10 more years to get to where we are today had it not been for the pandemic. And that I think is mind-boggling if you really think about this. But specifically now to your question, it seems that the complexity has increased in more than one way. For example, now we're thinking about users, and users could be human and non-human. So think of IoT or OT, operational technologies. Just to give some ideas, people drive, like say Teslas, and cars have become so smart that even they need to communicate and ingest and interact with data. Think of maybe in a natural gas plant that we have all sorts of like very smart sensors that also need to communicate and ingest data. So again, that's like users being more than just human. And I'm not even talking about ChatGPT and other technologies that now obviously ingest and generate more data. Then you have the hypermobility of users. So people obviously now it's kind of like, no, we're not really thinking about this anymore as much, but people are working pretty much from anywhere. It could be from home, from a satellite office, from the campus, maybe a couple of days here, a couple of days there, maybe their favorite cafe, maybe the library. And they also bring different devices. So the panes of glasses that people are using has also increased, right? I mean, like you have your own managed device, but also unmanaged device. I mean, like for example, I use my cell phone, my own personal cell phone for work as well. And on the other side of the complexity is we're asking what it is they need access to. And we're thinking about public web applications. So think of like, say, CNN.com. And by the way, this could be sanctioned or unsanctioned. So think of like, say, poker.com, for example. They also need access to commercial SaaS applications. So think of Salesforce or Microsoft, etc. And then they also need access to private applications, maybe order management or things that reside in private clouds, for example. And this type of topology, this type of Cartesian product has created tremendous complexity, both in terms of the performance of the network and the type of access that people need in a timely manner, and expect a seamless experience. I want to be able to get the exact same experience no matter where I work, no matter what device I'm using, but also to security. The attack surfaces and vectors have increased. Maybe one more thing I'll just say is that not only the frequency, we're going to touch, I hope, later in the conversation on this particular element, but not only the frequency has increased, but also the sophistication. So the way and the quote unquote creativity of bad actors has also, if I can say, improved or has been completely different in the past few years. So that's just a couple of things to consider in terms of when we talk about complexity, everything that goes into that.
Yeah, I think a lot of us in the audience, myself included, we're probably counting along at home and going through all the devices that we have between work and home, a lot more than I think a lot of us would have ever imagined. So what are the implications for cybersecurity teams in this type of environment?
So a couple of things that come to mind. One is many more blind spots. So things that happen outside the corporate network that they don't have much visibility into. I'll just give just one example to make things a bit concrete. So let's think about OAuth, for example. So OAuth, on the one hand, is supposed to simplify access to applications. You just verify yourself once, and hopefully you get access to a platform or a host of applications and resources. But one, they're done entirely cloud to cloud. So IT teams and security teams have very little visibility to what happens there. It happens outside the network the corporate network. The other is that these type of things increase the attack surface. So once I get some access to a whole a bunch of applications with one verification point, that also creates some challenges. In addition to that, today IT teams need or find themselves in the need to deploy many tools to address these various applications of security, CNAP and cloud posture, and different types of access, like I need something for ZTNA. The proliferation of applications and tools has created almost insurmountable management and manageability challenges and integration gaps and technology debt, if you will. So that's one more element. And then obviously keeping up with attacks, like finding attacks on time. Maybe I'll quote some interesting statistics I've seen just to give the right context. So one, I think I recently read that the average cost of a data breach in 2023 is now, I want to say, 4.35 million. And I think that's up from 4.24 million from last year. It's only going to increase. Also, the frequency of attack. We're talking about over 1,100 weekly attacks that happen. So in other words, the fact that you have all these beautiful tools and software doesn't mean that you're not going to be subjected to attacks. On the contrary, attacks are going to happen, and you can assume right or not. And then last but not least, to me, the culmination of all this, it takes almost a year to find and contain a data breach once happens. And that's something people need to remember. I think the number I saw was 277 days on average to find and contain a breach. So that means that this patchwork of tools, this fabric of loosely integrated solutions has created new challenges for IT teams.
Yuval, you mentioned that there are a lot of tools out there right now. So how has that added to the complexity that security teams are dealing with?
So maybe one more element just to add to this. A lot of the traffic today, and I think according to Google, like 95% of the web traffic is encrypted. And I think over 85% of attacks have been using encrypted data. So when IT teams need to deal with all things, they need to deal with, again, encrypted data. They need to handle with shadow IT software. In other words, software that they have no idea that their users or corporations are actually using. And these, by the way, the shadow IT is not just a problem because you bring your own device, the BYOD, if you will. It could be that it's just people using anywhere from their WhatsApps to sometimes Asana or other tools that they use on a daily basis, but they also part of what we call the shadow IT tools. And then in addition to that, we have other elements. So for example, security skill shortage. We see that, I think I read recently that there are about 3.5 million cybersecurity professional shortages as of right now. So it's not just that IT teams need to deal with all this complexity, but they're not staffed properly to do so. And then last but not least, as I mentioned, the proliferation of tools and software has created a security vendor sprawl, and these are very difficult to manage. In other words, this best of breed. People think, oh, I'm going to get the best in class in this realm and the best class in this realm. This becomes increasingly difficult to manage. And last but not least, if you take this and you say, oh, now it also applies to a multi-cloud environment, that add yet another layer of complexity that was not there before.
Yeah, that whole issue of tool sprawl, I think, has been top of mind for a couple of years now. So what is the best approach to tackle this from a security architecture perspective?
I think one that comes to mind is that, and I think I alluded to this before, is moving away from best of breed or best in class into a more platform-like approach. And what I mean by that is that the gaps in security are not necessarily within the tools themselves, but rather the integration points. And if we think about this, the handover of data, the challenges of managing certain certifications between software. For example, let's say just an interesting scenario that one software upgrades or updates, and then there might be downstream implications to other softwares that depend on this, on the data. All these things create blind spots and vulnerabilities that IT teams are usually they're not aware of, or they're not very well set to address. And I think one thing that I would consider here is vendor consolidation and tool consolidation. And I see a reality where eventually most companies will probably converge to 2 to 3 security vendors at the most to make sure that it's manageable, and then hold these vendors accountable and make sure that they continue to evolve in a platform-like approach to tackle all these challenges that I just mentioned. I think, again, that trying to eventually go and have multiple tools from different vendors, that is a recipe for disaster. Just because, as I said, I mean, like, it's very hard to maintain this, creates a lot of blind spots, and eventually the efficacy is also affected. In other words, again, the proof is in the pudding. If we see that it takes almost a year to finally contain a breach, tells us something that is just not working in the current paradigm.
Okay, I want to ask you to dive into SSE and SASE a bit. You know, we hear these acronyms a lot, but can you break them down for us a little bit more? Maybe describe how SSE and SASE work together to address some of these issues that we've been chatting about today.
Yeah, happy to. And I think related to this, I've heard just recently that there's even a lot of confusion among customers and companies of what the difference is between SSE and SASE. What exactly is SASE? What exactly is SSE? And I'll try to do more than that, but also not only describe what those are, but I think what they're doing well and where there's still some shortcomings that pertain to both of them. So SASE is a notion that was, I think, coined by Gartner, I want to say in August 2019, and it stands for Secure Access Service Edge. Eventually, what it is all about is the convergence of networking and security. And I think this is a very important step forward to recognize that security and networking are actually two parts of the same coin, if you will, two sides of the same coin. And what Gartner did in this, they actually said, look, we recognize that this patchwork of vendors, it's not something that is sustainable, especially given the complexities we discussed. And we believe that vendors should deliver both networking and security as a cloud service. So the other element here is a cloud service. It doesn't mean that everything has to be cloud native in this ecosystem, but the ideal is, or the North Star, is that everything is simplified through consumption on a as a service basis, if you will. So that's what SASE is. And today I think SASE includes obviously the SD-WAN. And then it's interesting to know that Gartner said, well, okay, it should also include ZTNA, firewall as a service, and SWG and CASB. But then if you really look at this, they say, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So even they recognize that there's much more than SASE, than just these components. But again, the takeaway is convergence of networking and security. The SSE notion is a bit different. It's sort of secure access service edge, is security service edge. Why they did security versus secure, that's something that Gartner can probably answer. But SSE is the amalgamation of security capabilities, and very similar to SASE. I mean, like, they define it at the very core as SWG, or Secure Web Gateway, CASB, Cloud Access Broker, and then ZTNA, the Zero Trust Network Access. But again, even there, they say, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that the key to understanding the the greatness there, but also the shortcomings, is exactly in this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if we go back to something I said before, it's a great beginning. It's a great start to say, oh, we need to have SWIG, we need to have CASB, and we need to have ZTNA, right? And by the way, these map very, very well to what I said before about access to what? To public web applications. Again, think about SWIG. We're talking about CASB, so this commercial SaaS applications, and then ZTNA to private applications. But at the same time, we need to think holistically. What about XDR? What about email? What about other elements, other form factors, by the way, as well? But what other elements that pose a security threat, either through an contribution to increase attack vector or attack surface? And these are not very well covered. At least, again, you can think about they're covering the et cetera, of both. And by the way, even when we go back to SASE, I think it's wrong to say SASE is like, oh, okay, so we have networking on one end, we have security on one end, and we just consume both of them as a service, and the value prop is really in the simplification. Networking itself has a security element embedded. I'll just give maybe one example to put some color into this. So imagine that you work from home, you're using your phone, laptop, it doesn't matter, and you need access to a private application and using a ZTNA. It doesn't matter, by the way, if you use clientless or client-based, but the moment you come to the office, to say to campus or to a satellite office, you still use, if you use the same ZTNA, you still are using a host-based ZTNA. And that's not the ZTNA that is used at the corporate network. In other words, you'll have to switch in an ideal state into using that type of ZTNA. So in other words, that type of experience is a bit muffled. And the corporate has its own, I guess, security element embedded in the networking there that has to be consumed and understood by a remote user. In other words, again, it's not a clear separation between networking on one end and security on one end. Even in security, there are also elements of networking. Think about performance. I still need to access my applications in a certain way, and I don't want to compromise on security. Example or case in point is many bypass their VPNs to access applications. Like, yeah, it's just too slow. I don't want to use this, and eventually the user is proven to be the weakest link in whatever security posture that the organization has. So these are some ideas, again, to come back to what SASE is, what SSE is. And if I were to leave with the takeaways, both are about convergence. SSE is about the convergence of security capabilities, but again, organization must think beyond the SWIG, CASB, and ZTNA into other elements. I mentioned XDR. By the way, observability or DEM, these are also part of solutions that need to be there. Organization must have as much visibility to also beyond the networks that they own. Think about if there's like one KPI or one metric that people want to affect, is that of detecting and containing security breaches. And these go beyond, again, SWIG, CASB, and ZTNA, for example, and they go beyond the limiting definition of SASE.
You know, that is a great explanation. I so appreciate you going into that level of detail. Now, you mentioned the importance of a single vendor architecture. Can you elaborate on that for us a little bit?
Yeah. So today, when companies buy solutions, let's say that they buy, by the way, sometimes from the same vendor or sometimes not from the same vendor. Let's start with not the same vendor. And I go and I say, oh, I think that so-and-so solution is the best, maybe ZTNA solution out there. This one is the best SWIG solution out there, et cetera, et cetera. I end up with a vendor sprawl. I need to make sure that these tools can communicate with one another. example, if I need to define a policy and I need to make sure that it permeates throughout my fabric and my security posture, do I need to define it once? Is it effective to the entire ecosystem, or do I have to define it in many places? What are the interdependencies? So deploying a multi-vendor patchwork has obviously some shortcomings. And I think this illusion of like best in class or best of breed falls apart when we think about the challenges of today, again, the complexity and the security challenges. Now, at the same time, to be perfectly honest, it doesn't mean that if you deploy everything from one vendor, it means that it's a much better solution. It is in some ways. It still has to have some integration points and making sure that these tools can talk to each other, and eventually you have visibility across the ecosystem. But then again, there are other elements or other benefits of employing a single vendor, at least like convergence or consolidation of vendors, that go beyond the efficacy. Number one, partners can help you create a platform with tools, and I think in a better way if you use tools from a single vendor, especially if a vendor thinks about the APIs and the integration points among the various solutions. The other, which I think is obvious, is in discounting and enterprise agreements. So if you have kind of like one throat to choke, you can negotiate better pricing. You have better renewal cycles, co-term agreements, and arguably better support. You have one company you can go and eventually make sure that you hold them accountable. Related, let's say that there is a problem. It's very difficult to find the source of the problem when you have so many tools out there, especially with different vendors. Where the problem exactly occurred, how do you go and solve this? How do you avoid from having this problem happening again? And again, I'm thinking about like vulnerability management and etc. These kind of challenges are much more difficult to handle when you have multiple vendors. So I hope that it gives some insight into, I think, the benefits of a single vendor, at least like convergence into very few vendors, as I think a trend or a vision that organization, I think, in my opinion, should take very seriously.
Yes, that absolutely makes sense. Yuval, we're getting close to the end of time here, but I do want to dig in to Cisco a little bit. I know that you work with a lot of organizations out there. What sort of advice are you giving to them in order to address these security issues?
I think it's an awesome question. So I think the first thing is, and again, it might sound a bit self-explanatory, but what outcomes do you want to achieve? It could be, like, for example, and be very concrete about this. Well, I want to simplify the way I manage my security and networking challenges. How do you see the business grow, for example? Is any particular business areas or geographical expansions, etc.? And what is a bigger picture? As I mentioned, I think if you just follow paradigms in the market, like, hey, I just want to buy SaaS, I want to buy SSC, that is very myopic. And as I mentioned, I really believe that the future of networking and security, given all these complexities, is in a platform-like approach. And at least here within Cisco, so we think about SSE obviously as the intersection, if you will, between SASE and what we have as the security cloud vision. We also have a much bigger vision than that in other ways that we think about. Like, for example, we think what type of products can actually work together in a synergetic way to provide value based on this convergence that we just talked about. For example, if you think about, well, okay, if I put multi-cloud firewalling with vulnerability management here and XDR there and access management there, they all eventually can help create this ecosystem. And the advice I would have for companies, Cisco, by the way, or not, is that you have to think about your own security posture in the same terms of a platform, however you achieve that platform, and how the various pieces talk to each other, and whether this platform can scale with whatever it needs, because whatever investment you make, obviously, it has to keep you resilient for years to come. So it's not just investing for today, but also, is it flexible enough? Is it too brittle? For example, if I have a particular vendor that now changes or upgrades some of the software, what implications do I have? And then last but not least, I don't think there's kind of like a one size fits all. It's really where you are in your journey. Like many companies still are invested in on-premise devices and private data center, et cetera. And it's going to be, I think, a mistake to assume that all of this is just going to go away in favor of a cloud. Not at all. If anything, I would say, okay, what element can I still migrate to a cloud managed basis, if you will? And again, all in the name of this guiding principle of simplification, given that what they cannot control is the complexity. There are not going to be fewer devices, there are going to be more devices. There are going to be more apps. There are going to be more interaction points. There are going to be more challenges, increased sophistication of attacks, frequency of attacks. You can rely on that as a fact. And now the question is, what's the best way to address this? And what I argue here is what you do have control over is the simplification of approach that you take. In other words, if I'm successful in creating a platform that can grow with me, that can keep me resilient, that puts me in a much, much better position to address all these challenges and really be future ready, but also present ready, if you will.
Well, Yuval, this conversation has been so interesting, very insightful. I know there was some great takeaways for everyone in the audience out there today. I wish we had more time to keep going, but I think we're going to have to leave it there. I really appreciate you taking the time to come and chat with us today.
Yeah, it's been my pleasure.
All right. Well, and you can all see that now it is your turn to answer a question. We are wondering what additional information you would like to get about the Cisco Secure solution. So take a second right now, click on that poll. Obviously, we got a lot of information. You know, I hope you guys kind of enjoyed that. It's sometimes fun to step a little bit away from the slides and just have a little chit chat. And so the information that we got from Yuval, you know, we're just really scratching the surface. And I keep saying that because it's so true. There's so much more to learn with all of these solutions. And I did see a couple questions coming in from folks saying, how do I decide? How do I make these decisions? Well, you know, unfortunately or fortunately, the way to do it is to spend a little bit of time with each of them, to spend a little time identifying your needs and seeing which solutions are going to match up best with those needs. And so this is a great place to start. You know, click on the poll and let the team know how they can follow up with you, what information would be helpful for you wherever you're at in your research phase. Okay, so we're going to leave that poll up for a second. And I see, first of all, I see Peter trying to convince me to do another Jelly Belly challenge. Absolutely not. Never, ever, ever again, except maybe again. We'll see. We'll see. Stay tuned. If you guys missed that, go find the Jelly Belly challenge we did in a previous, forget now if it was an EcoCast or a MegaCast. My mind was completely blank by the fact that I had to eat a dish soap flavored Jelly Belly. But maybe we'll see. All right. And Dave saying thanks for the insight. I agree, Dave. A really insightful presentation. All right. Well, we are going to leave that poll up. I am going to send you guys on a little Easter egg hunt on over to the handouts tab. Please do go click on the Cisco link. You can start exploring a little bit more about how Cisco can better set you up for security resilience, especially in the face of unpredictable risks. How can you reduce risk at scale? These are really important ideas. So open that tab, save that for after we wrap. I'm also going to give away a prize here. I think Venkat also would like me to do another Jelly Belly challenge. I appreciate the support from all of you out there. It's good to see. Good to see you're all very pumped up for the return of the Jelly Bellies. All right. Well, here we are. We're gonna stay focused on Star Wars Day, where no one has to eat gross Jelly Bellies. That's the key. Just cookies, and I think I saw barbecues. I think the Death Star has cookies, and the Rebel Alliance has barbecue. Is what I've seen from all of you so far today. So I'm learning lots. All right, well, let's give away a prize. Now we're going to give away a $300 Amazon gift card to a lucky member of our audience, someone who is live and here with us, and that person is Bruce Spiegel of Virginia. Bruce Spiegel of Virginia, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. All right. Mario says, May the 4th, beware the return of the 5th. Oh, Mario for the win. Yes, I love that. All right. May the 4th, beware the return of the 5th. Mario hitting it on the head today. Amazing. Okay, well, we're all winners with that. But stay tuned. There's another chance to win some more prizes. Plus a best question gift card from each session. So keep those questions coming in. All right, folks. Well, I hate to say this. I don't know how this has happened so quickly because we had a giant day ahead of us, and it feels like that was just a second ago, but here we are. This is our very last presentation of the summit, our very last presentation here on Star Wars Day. And luckily, we are ending on a high note. We have an awesome grand finale planned for all of you. So we will be chatting today with Galen Emery from Lacework, Senior Manager Solutions Engineering. I know this is going to be a great presentation, full of information, a fantastic way to wrap up our summit. So Galen, without any further ado, I will hand things on over to you. Take it away.
Well, hey folks, I'm Galen Emery, Senior Manager of Solutions Engineering here at Lacework, and today I'm talking about security as it relates to quality. And there's a whole lot of things we can talk about as we go through this, but I'm gonna try to keep it pretty succinct so we can all get on to the next sessions. So the first thing I want to say is this might be a little argumentative, but quality and security are the same. And what I mean by that is that quality is not an add-on. It's not a thing that you can look at the end of a product and go, yeah, I'm going to add some quality to that, or I'm going to purchase that as an additional feature of the thing I'm buying. This comes from the Zen and the motorcycle maintenance, but the basic structure is what we're saying is that, look, if you're going to build a product, you build it with quality or you don't, right? Those things are kind of true or false as you come out of the process. And some parts may have quality, some parts may not, right? But as we think about quality as it relates to how we build products or build systems, it's not something we can add at the end of the day, right? So why do we think security is any different, right? I think that's the first question we have to ask ourselves as security professionals here is to go, what is it that would make security different? And I don't think that it is. When we think about how we secure software, we think about the ideas of shift left, we think about securing the code or securing runtime. Like those are all things that have to happen kind of throughout it. When we build a product, when we build software ourselves, you can't have insecure passwords, insecure hashing, right? All those kinds of things. We've seen plenty of examples of that in the wild. But the basic structure is to say, when we want to build quality or security into our products, it has to be built in from the very beginning. And this is true when we're thinking about all of the things around security outside of just our products and all the infrastructure around them as well. And so we're here talking today a lot about the cloud, and some of you are cloud native, right? You've been doing this thing from the beginning and you're like, yeah, I totally get this. Other of you are coming out of the data center or coming out of colos or even managed services like things like Rackspace, right? We can get into a whole bunch of components about what changes, but one of the biggest changes that I experienced as I went through this is the walled moat or castle goes away, right? When I walked into my data centers, I had 5 layers of security. I had the front door, which required me to badge in. I had the elevator, same badge. I had the floor itself, which required me to sign in on a checklist with the colo. And then I had the cage itself, which was a key. And then I had my actual credentials to log into a system. So I had 5 layers of security to get to that. When I'm sitting here right now today on my computer, I can tell you that I can hit anybody's AWS account with a single API call, right? All I need are the credentials for it. So I've dropped anywhere from 3 to 4 layers of security when we go to the cloud. And so the control plane, the structure behind how we manage and secure our systems is now connected to the internet. It's just not possible to secure in the same way we did before, right? And so one of the key things we lost in this process is that we used to be able to control the fiber. We controlled the line in and out of the data center, and we could put proxies in it, and we could be confident they're always there, and we could inspect things, we could do what we want. And like you could still build a lot of that today as we go forward, but to think that that's the only way that things are going to change in your environment, or the only way we're going to be able to represent things in the environment, is frankly ludicrous, right? I think we cannot make those same secure assumptions, secure by default assumptions that we've made, right? And we see this not just in cloud security, but you can also see this in IoT and how they approach things with their Scala systems. The list goes on and on and on, right? So we understand like, hey, we got to change this thing. So if we can't secure it by looking through a choke point, what do we do? Well, we got to think about it through every stage of the life cycle, right? Again, thinking about quality, would you think about quality only in production, right? So think about it all the time, right? When people talk about shift left, they're not talking about saying, don't think about it in production. They're saying, let's go think about it earlier in the process. Let's go educate our developers on how to build secure code. Let's go make sure we do some code security scanning. Let's go make sure that we go look at how our infrastructure as code is developed. All those things are really critical to helping us secure things early. We also know that the faster you can fix a defect, the less cost it's going to have to you. So all those things make sense. So we should be prioritizing a lot of our work into that left-hand side of our pipeline, that early stage, getting things into the developers' hands and getting it to where they work. 100% agree, right? But that's not the only place we can look at. We can think of that as a risk reduction component, which is really important. But ultimately, there's a runtime threat that we're going to have to go visualize and understand and manage and go through. And if we don't look at that, we're really missing really the active threat, but the most critical component of the problem over on the right-hand side of our pipeline. So when I think about this, right, I mentioned the word pipeline. It's a CI/CD term, right? But the idea here is that we have tools that inform our processes and processes that inform our tools, right? And what I mean by this is that if you went to go buy a horse, that tells you one thing about how you're going to get to and from work. If you buy a electric car, it tells you a different thing, right? The tool that you bought and the process of what you're going to do with the tool matter, right? So when we think about things, when we think about cloud security, I don't think about my EDR tools. I think about cloud native tools, things that are built around the structures of those things, not things that are designed for my endpoints. It's a very different problem to solve securing someone's laptop or workstation as it is to solve a cloud native server or a Kubernetes cluster or serverless or any of those things that we have in the cloud, right? So we wouldn't use these same tools, right? Again, the example I have on the slide is your house's plumbing tools are different than the car's electronics. They're very different things we're going to look at and very different processes that we're going to use to troubleshoot or solve problems within them. By the way, again, thinking about this from a kind of DevOps or intrinsic component, we talk a lot about this in the DevOps and Agile spaces, right? Again, why are we leaving security out of the space? We see this a lot with DevSecOps, but I think we're still only paying mostly lip service to the idea. We really need to get security involved in the conversation earlier and earlier. And the way we do that is by focusing on the business, right? It's no surprise, top tier companies and their teams are intertwined with the outcomes of the business, right? We see this from KPIs, we see this to performance bonuses, we see this to how they operate and think as organizations and as teams. And so we as security professionals, we need to pivot from the sky is falling, right? Too many times, the reason why security is not involved in the room is because someone's going to sit there and go, oh my God, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Why? Because there's risk. We can't do that because there's risk. Well, here's the reality. There's always going to be some risk. If we want to have systems that work, we have to have things that happen here. If we don't want systems that work, we can take our servers, we can drop them in the deep end of the bay, right? That's great. We're secure, but we're not functional either, right? And so we always have to think about, here are the clear things that most reduce the risk for this business, for our business, right? The more that we as security can come to the table with that structure to say, hey, here's the highest priority of your risk, here's the things that are most important, and here's how I can catch active threats, all of a sudden we can be part of the conversation and people want us as part of the conversation because we're an enabler and not a blocker. So with all that in mind, we can start focusing on migrations, right? We can say, okay, we as a business understand why we're going to the cloud, when we're going to it, what our goals are, what our aspirations are. And we can start looking at those specific risk factors directly, right? The way we think about privileged user access, the way we think about handling communication internally, the way we think about applications spinning up, all those things are going to be different than how we handle in on-prem. And by on-prem, I'm really the difference here, I'm not so much talking about on-prem versus data center versus cloud. What I'm talking about a lot here is the structure of high velocity organizations and lower velocity organizations. As you're transitioning to going to higher and higher velocity, we are needing to build more tools and process around that support that, right? And so what we're looking for here is to say, hey, we know how to go fast. Our security tools know how to go fast. Our cloud or infrastructure knows how to go fast as well. And we can all go fast together, right? But if any part of that lags, then we have a problem. Right now, with most of the world, what we see is that the cloud and infrastructure and engineering sides are going really fast, but security is not going as fast with them. And so we have a big gap and we're getting more and more hacks, longer detection times, right? That's not what we want as an organization. The only way we can solve that is by security catching up, not by those sides slowing down. The other sides are not going to slow down. We've seen that for decades now. We see that from the FANG companies. We understand that this is going to be going faster and faster as we get better and better as, honestly, as a technology industry. So how do we do this? Again, focus on the right tools and processes for you. These are the things that should be designed around agility and speed. That speed is not going anywhere. It's going to get better from a speed perspective, not worse. It's not going to get slower, right? This is the thing that businesses care about. We care about getting our features to market ahead of the other people. We care about getting our customers the bug fixes that they want quickly, right? We care about being able to A/B test features to validate if if things work the way they want them to, right? Meta is a really good player of this. They have hundreds, if not thousands, of different web pages that each one of us hit, and they collect data on each one of them, right? That's only possible because they have a very high speed culture, right? Amazon measures its its output Amazon measures its ability to get value out of its engineering teams in the millions of dollars, right? By percentage output changes. These are the things that we can go ahead and do when we are all working together. And security needs to be part of it. Security needs to understand why the business cares about these things, why the business cares about these application stacks, and which ones are really critical, which ones hold consumer data, which ones hold privileged data, which ones, if they were taken down, would be painful to come back up, right? These are the questions that security can reliably and responsibly answer in conjunction with the business, and this is the thing that we want to go ahead and select. And so thinking about those problems, we need to make sure that the security tools that we select focus on the same agility and speed components that the engineering and infrastructure tools do as well. So think about this. What are we talking about, right? So as you go through the development side, on the bottom, the technical drivers, we talk about things like continuous integration, continuous development. We talk about containerization, going to Kubernetes, developing infrastructure as code, asterisk as code, right? Everything as code, right? You're really getting into anything can be built by code at any moment in time. On the business side, we think about agile development, think about autonomy for development teams. We think about skills, resources, and standards, right? Centers of excellence. We think about multi and hybrid clouds to best take advantage of the particular strengths and weaknesses of the various clouds and structures we operate in, right? These are the things that we do as we go through the development lifecycle. And as we go through these things, they are increasing the total amount of risk that we have, right? We don't do anything to secure them. There's a lot of pieces that have to happen in order for us to be secure and confident. And with developers moving that they operate in, the traditional structures are just saying, well, we're going to say what's going to happen every 6 months or every 3 weeks, or we're going to have a change review board. It doesn't happen, right? We want developers to ship code dozens of times a day in large scale organizations. So we really want to make sure we allow for that to happen safely. And the problem is that what we have right now fails, right? Breach times are getting longer. Last I checked, it's like 125 days and counting from when a breach happens to when the defenders hear about it. Oftentimes they hear about it through outside sources, like they don't even figure it out themselves. Somebody externally says, hey, we found your data sitting on the dark web, and here's the information about it, and they had to go figure out what happened. And the reason for this is straightforward. Existing tooling, right? If we buy like an EDR tool, we buy a CSPM tool, we buy a workload protection tool, we buy a code security tool, all that stuff is limited and fragmented. Nobody has really built the ability to take all that together and put it into a holistic risk picture. So as a result of this, your attacks can propagate undetected. There's a huge component of attacks where they're trying to get wider, they're trying to figure out what they have, they're trying to get access to things. That's all really visible information if we know what to look for. But it's hard to build rules around because it can be really close to exactly what's happening in the existing environment. As a result of this, we have a very high cost and complexity curve to manage, to understand and resolve these structures. I have a firm belief that over a couple thousand servers, maybe even a lot less, no single individual can really understand the full complexity of the environment by themselves. Like we used to have this idea like, hey, we can go talk to Joe and Joe has the full understanding of what's going on in the environment. And that's just not true anymore. It's too much complexity for a human to handle. And then as a result, you run into a situation where you don't know what's going on effectively. When your auditor shows up, you end up with a very manual, very painful audit where they go, show me the system. That system died. We killed it. That's a cattle. Oh, show me this system. Okay, that one's here, but it's out of compliance in these ways. Show me this other system. Oh, that's we end up this really long, really painful cycle where nobody really knows what the whole thing looks like, so nobody can really attest to it in a compliance or audit situation. So when we think about how do we solve this problem, what are we thinking about? How do we do it? What do we care about? There's 4 things I think we really care about. First is prioritize the cloud security risks. Like we have to understand which things are important and which things are not. There's too many items that we're going to see from a CIS perspective, from a PCI perspective, from any sort of lens into what matters and what doesn't matter in an environment, or what's critical, what's not critical. is that there's too much information to sort through it manually. Something has to help us prioritize those risks. Then we got to think about how do we find the known and unknown threats. One of the biggest problems we're running into right now is the speed at which the attackers are propagating. We've actually seen that our customers have experienced log4j attacks before the vulnerabilities were officially announced. We were able to catch some of those things as a clear result of that because we're really good at catching unknown threats. But we have to find good ways to do that doesn't create noise. Because if we create noise, then we don't increase the operational efficiency. And as we get security budgets are getting leaner, it's harder and harder to find good security talent, right? We know there's a massive skills gap right now in the industry, and it's getting worse. So we got to get more efficient than what we have, right? The teams that will succeed are the ones who are best at making really good use of their people's time. And guess what's not good use of your time? Sitting down and writing hundreds of rules or sorting through hundreds or thousands of alerts. That's not a good use of your time. That's very rote work. But sitting there and working on operationalizing, getting security into your development processes, or operationalizing your ability to do active threat hunting or red team testing of your own environments, right? All these things are really, really beneficial from a security perspective to both the engineers in question and to the organization at large. That's all available if we are operationally efficient about how we handle security alerts and security concerns. And then all those things together allow us to get to a spot where we can get to continuous cloud compliance. This is weirdly a personal pet project of mine. It's one of the things I really care about a lot. I come from the DevOps side. I care about compliance as code. We can really start showing who did what, when, and where, who did what, where, and why. And what that allows us to do is to really attest, we know what happened to our environment, we know who made those changes, and we know that they were authorized, right? So when we think about these things together, when we think about all these 4 problems we really need to solve, there's a lot of tools in the space that do things from code security to vulnerability to CSPM. Right now, the industry standard we're talking about is CNAPP, right? We need a cloud native application protection platform, right? This is the structure of all these things fit into these buckets, probably a few more things as well, but realistically, these are the things that exist, and we are the only vendor who we believe to solve all those problems. So how do we do it? What's the method that we're going to use to solve this problem as we go forward, right? It's really straightforward, right? It's the same thing your operations teams have been doing on observability data for a while now. We collect the data we care about. We care about our cloud accounts. We care about infrastructure as code, we care about application containers, code packages, host data, etc. And we comprehend it. We take the data and we run it through the structure of looking at what's important from a security perspective. Okay, network connections can be important. Which types of connections are important? Why are they important? When are they important, right? What processes are important? What's important about an application launching? What about calls externally, right? Those are the kinds of things that we at Lacework comprehend for you to determine what's important and what's not important to look at in the data set. And we empower you with an event. The event says who did what did they affect, when did they do it, where was this, and even potentially a why did this happen, or was this authorized as a question. There are things we can start answering once we have that event to look at through the noise of the data. So when I talk about this, like, it's all great in the abstract. Let's talk about it in actual practice, right? So when we're thinking about this thing, I think the first thing we look at here is like, hey, what happens when an attacker accesses a host over SSH, right? So the first thing we can see here is this person logged in from Mumbai. Maybe that's normal. I don't know yet if that's normal or abnormal by looking at this, but that's an important component that could matter as part of my investigation. SSH provides access to a bash session for them. That's all great. Again, this is how operations does it already, right? This is nothing crazy or nothing exciting from a visibility perspective in terms of our behavior on our systems. We see that they then use sudo to go ahead and escalate privileges. Okay, again, I do that all the time. That's honestly one of the first commands I would run when I logged into one of my boxes was sudo, just to get to the shell and have to stop worrying about it. Particularly when particularly when I was doing a bunch of work on a server for the day, right? But now I can start seeing things that might be different. I'm running apt-get and I'm installing an application called Hydra from GitHub. Well, that's not a thing I'd expect to see. That's something I can go ahead and alert upon and say, hey, look, not only did run apt-get, which may not be a thing that I normally run, but grabbing a thing from wget and GitHub is definitely not where I'm expecting to see that come from. I should be seeing that coming from Debian or Ubuntu, right? I don't see that here. So that's concerning to me. And then we can see that we run Hydra to try and brute force their way into the MongoDB instance, right? This is the structure of what the actual things we care about on the box. And What's important here is that if we try to write rules for this, it becomes very hard very quickly. If you write a rule around sudo, then you catch every operator who actually uses sudo to solve a problem in their day-to-day life. If you run around apt-get, then you have a problem with every time you're running an update on your box. Same with HTTP calls or wget. Again, you're going to see a lot of noise in those things. So the only thing we can care about is what happens when things are new or novel in the environment and how do they apply to a security context. In this case, Hydra's new, but it's also security important. That's the kind of thing I'm going to send the high alert on. Everything else can be might be noise or otherwise lower importance to me from a regular basis. So when we think about this, what's the actual result we have, right? We talk about business outcomes, right? That's what I talked about earlier. So here's some things we see in our data. We see 100 to 1 alert reduction. You get 1 alert for every 100 you get from traditional security vendors, which allows you to focus on the risks that matter the most. Our investigations are 8% faster. We give you way more context as a core structure of the actual alert itself, rather than just saying, hey, user SSH into a box. It's user SSH into a box, ran these commands in this order, and this is what we saw. Here's all the things they might have touched. That's a much better investigation than just, here's the alert about them SSHing in. And we see about a 90% reduction in manual effort. So as an engineer, I really care about understanding, where my time is going and making sure I make best use of my time. And this really helps me solve that problem. So the 4 things we care about, again, focus on the risks that matter the most, understand your cloud to find your unknown threats, those unknown unknowns that are really tricky to find. Make sure we operationalize our tools at scale, right? Really having clear, fast, cloud-native development processes to make sure that we're actually getting these tools deployed and operationalized. And then lastly, a single platform, right? We want a single source of truth, or at least very close to it, from a continuous security integrated experience across our clouds, right? If we have multiple tools, multiple dashboards, multiple view sets, it gets very difficult to really understand the entire scope of the environment. Thank you very much. If you'd like to learn anything more about Lacework, you can go to lacework.com/demo.
Thank you, Galen. That was just an awesome presentation. I love the entire flow through. It was really exciting, and as I said, just a great way to wrap up our summit here today. Now, for everyone out there who is thinking to themselves that they would like to get a little bit more information from Laceworks, and I know that is all of you, click on the poll right on the screen there, and you can get data sheets, technical white papers, case studies, anything that you need. Just click on that poll there. Let Laceworks know how they can follow up with you, what additional information would be most helpful for you and for your team. While you're doing that, I am also going to remind you that you should head on over to the Handouts tab because there's a great resource for you there. And this is actually a really cool thing, so please do download, hold on to for later. It's data-driven cloud security with Lacework, secure your application from code to cloud. So looking at these really dynamic cloud environments and how Lacework can give you that unified cloud-native application protection platform, or CNAPP. Because who doesn't like another fun acronym, right? We don't have enough of those in our lives, so more acronyms to play with. So make sure you've got that downloaded and hold on to that after we wrap today. While you're at it, just get all the handouts. Get them all downloaded right now so that you've got some fun afternoon spring reading lined up for you. All right, well, I do want to remind everyone that if we did not get to your question during one of our live chats today, don't worry, because we are making sure that all of those questions get to the teams here, so you will get answers back, and you are still entered to win that best question gift card. So even if we did not get a chance to get to, I know these sessions go by very quickly, so even if we did not discuss your question with a speaker today, you are still entered to win, and you will get some follow-up and some answers back on that. All right, well, while you're getting the handouts, checking out the poll, I'm going to go ahead and give away our last prizes here. All right, so we are going to start with a $300 Amazon gift card, and then I'm going to give away a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. Now, I'll remind you again that you do need to be here live and present with us at this very special Star Wars Day Summit. Also about cloud tools. It is also about cloud tools. Star Wars just an added icing on the Death Star cake. All right, well, let's do a $300 Amazon gift card going to Aaron DeFrates of Illinois. Aaron DeFrates of Illinois, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. Now, our Microsoft Surface Pro 9s, we've got 3 of them. going to Daniel Beckworth of Alabama. Alabama. Oh boy, it's been a long day. Bill Courtney of Massachusetts and Kurt Pyshek of Wisconsin. Good old Wisconsin. That's I'm breaking out the Midwestern there for all you Wisconsinites. All right, so Daniel Beckworth of Alabama, Bill Courtney of Massachusetts, and Kurt Pyshek of Wisconsin. I'm going to read the entire list for you all, and that is a gift card going to Mike Firestone of South Carolina, a gift card going to Brian Creel of Georgia, a Kindle Scribe going to 3 winners here, Ellen Ross of Pennsylvania, Shannon Kennedy of Texas, and Allison Craig of Kentucky. Then another gift card going to Alan Stoddard of Texas and to Paul Walker of Alabama. Also to Daniel Cadden of Pennsylvania. An Apple Watch going to Judah Davis of Texas and Alec Milner of New Mexico, as well as Rowan Sterling, also of Texas. A gift card going to Jeff Matlock of Nebraska, a gift card going to Todd Dorsey of Nebraska, and then a gift card going to Peter Lai of California. One more gift card going to Bruce Spiegel of Virginia and to Aaron DeFrates. I don't know why I'm struggling with that one today, Aaron, apologies, of Illinois. And then our last 3 prizes here, the Microsoft Surface Pro 9 going to Daniel Beckworth of Alabama, Bill Courtney of Massachusetts, and Kurt Pyshek of Wisconsin. Congratulations to all of our winners. Nikki says Alabama, yeah. Sounds like a state she'd like to live in. I appreciate that, Nikki. I like that you're bringing the energy here at the end of our summit, and I love that. All right, well, that's it for our lucky winners today. I do want to remind all of you that if you're out there and thinking to yourself, this has been a lot of fun, and you would like to come back and have a little chit-chat with Scott, myself, David, Keith, we would absolutely love that. We would love to have a conversation with you and learn about your solutions to some of the problems that we've heard about today. And so please do sign up to join us on a MegaCast, an EcoCast, a Summit, a Panelcast, a DemoCast, you name it, we've got it. Shoot us an email at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we will get that conversation rolling here. All right, one more reminder that we do have that Best Question gift card coming your way. So we will be reviewing all the questions that were asked during each of our sessions, and we will follow up with you after we wrap. We'll be following up with all prize winners after we wrap today. So don't panic if you won something and you don't know what to do next. We will let you know what to do next. So that information is coming. Hang tight. And on the note of those questions, I do want to thank everyone who asked a question today, anyone who clicked on a poll, clicked on a handout. All those interactions are just great to see. It's so nice to see the audience getting engaged and excited about the content that we're hearing and learning about, and really bringing up the conversation for all of us. With that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I very much want to thank all of our incredible sponsors today, TierPoint, StrongDM, Gigamon, Zerto, Rubrik, Nasuni, CrowdStrike, Wiz, Cisco Secure, and Lacework for making this wonderful Star Wars Day Summit possible. Especially a big thank you to all of our awesome speakers for joining us from the light side, from the dark side, from the Empire, from the Rebel Alliance. We had it all. It was so fun learning from all of you today. And that really goes to for all of you out there as well. A big special thank you to all of our stormtroopers and rebels out there for attending and for asking some really great questions, making fun jokes with me today. It really is, as much as we are here to learn things and explore some of these solutions together, it is also so much about just having a good time and getting to spend some time together, because that's a big part of these conversations, is learning from one another, connecting with one another, and getting to explore some of these new ideas. So I hope that you all had some laughs today. I hope that you're all ready to go celebrate Star Wars Day in whatever your choice is, whether that's a Star Wars marathon, and I know I saw a few Trekkies out there, so maybe you're rebelling and watching all of Star Trek tonight. Whatever it is, I hope that you're having a great day, and I want to thank you for spending some of it with us here today, actually quite a bit of it with us here today. I'm also going to remind you, before you head out, to mark your calendar and come back and join us tomorrow. Tomorrow is already Friday, folks, if you've forgotten that, and that is Friday, May 5th, another great holiday, Cinco de Mayo, coming your way. And that will be a panel cast, what the security world is talking about at the RSA conference with Rubrik and Rapid7. So if you missed RSA and you were looking for some of the headlines and highlights, this is a great option. If you went to RSA, there's no way that you got everything. So there's always more to learn. Or maybe you want to debrief some of the things that you heard about and you want to dig in a little bit further. So there's something for everyone in this panel cast tomorrow. So please do come and join us for that conversation. My fellow moderator and friend Keith Ward will be running that conversation, so you know it's going to be a great one. So mark your calendar again, Friday, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 12 p.m. Eastern and 9 a.m. Pacific, bright and early. Might be a little early for the margaritas on that one, but hey, no judgment. Whatever's in your coffee cup is fine. All right, folks. Well, I hope that I get to see you all soon, whether that's on the panel cast tomorrow, a summit, an EcoCast, a webinar, whatever you have in mind. Okay, I have to read this. Adam says, if you party too hard on Cinco de Mayo, you get to truly experience the revenge of the 6th. But anyhow, thank you to all the presenters today. Lots of great material. I agree, Adam. Thank you. You have the ending pun. We'll leave it there today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I can't wait to chat with you all again. And may the 4th be with you all.